Let's get this insanity started, shall we? Dude, my brain is absolutely fried from MomoCon. So I didn't overthink it. Good lord. But aloha guys, Afron here, and welcome back, Raptor Pack. Hello my little hivelings, how are you gorgeous people doing today? I am absolutely and utterly exhausted. Despite the fact that I have technically gotten sleep these last 2 days. Monday is when we got back from MomoCon. I did get some stuff from Momo. Not nearly as much as I normally get, but then again, had a much smaller budget because we had a total of 6 people come with us. And we gave merch money to the other 4, so we had to cut down on greatly on our own. But I am going to show off, at least the merch that I got. And then I am going to show off and have my lovely little official, book cover reveal today. Because my physical books are in. When I opened the package, I cried. Because it's now proof. It is proof. There's physical proof that I have a book. It is no longer just digital letters on digital paper. It is real. Like I said, I am absolutely freaking exhausted. My brain is fried. Like I said, between just everything with MomoCon, which MomoCon wasn't bad this year. Like I didn't even hurt my legs. My legs are fine, despite the fact that we had to walk all the way across the park, plus some. I actually took everything at my own pace, so I didn't overdo it this time. Pardon me as I scrounge around. There's something, I know I downloaded it, but I don't know where it went. Because, speaking of all the shenaniganery, my Kickstarter is, for lack of better phrasing, live. So exclamation mark Kickstarter. Please save it. Pretty please. Excuse me. I did not put it here. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? You know what? I'm just gonna have the search function find it for me. Because I ain't got a clue where did I not download it? I could have sworn I downloaded it. Bless a fucking bear. But anyway, Kickstarter's going. I need to, let's see, press contact. That's not it. Oh bugger. Anyway. I guess I didn't get them. I could have sworn I did. Maybe they saved somewhere else, which is very possible. Because my computer likes to be bullshit. But hey, if something doesn't go wrong, it's not one of my streams. Fucking figures. So. But anyway. So, I'm gonna show off my swag. Show off my book. And then we're going to get into 8 some odd hours of animation today. Speaking of, change is coming. So, this, originally I was gonna do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But, because of the changes I'm gonna be making for the next 2 months, my husband suggested that I do today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And that will give me Sunday off so that I can mentally prepare myself for my new streaming schedule. So, I'll get into that and then I'll do the swag. So, new streaming schedule is going to be Monday, Tuesday, then Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Meaning I will have Sunday and Wednesday off. Why am I doing this? Because I'm going to advertise the fuck out of my Kickstarter because I want to get it funded. And the faster it gets funded, the faster I can move on to the stretch goals. First goal is 1,300. And I will go over the Kickstarter in a moment. But I will do that after book reveal. Because the book cover needs to be revealed before the Kickstarter goes live. Also, just a heads up, if you hear another voice, it is not the husbando. Why is it not the husbando? Because that means it's gonna be a ghost, because the husbando is at work. So if there's another voice going around, please let me know, because it's either gonna be an echo or a ghost. Hopefully not a ghost. I'm hoping it's an echo if there's another voice. Anyway. Like I said before, I'm kind of fried. And I will be coming back to that quite often, so. Apologies ahead of time. So, here's how these coming streams are gonna go. Monday and Tuesday are gonna be writing streams, so basically write-ins. I'm gonna be working on the next book. And we're just gonna kind of be vibing. I'll be using Spirit City Lo-Fi again, but ultimately we're just gonna vibe. May make a stream elements browser overlay thing just for it. I'm not sure yet. I'll figure that out on Sunday. Let's see. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday is just going to be my normal fare. Thursdays will be dedicated to animation. Fridays will be gaming. And then Saturday will be whatever the hell you guys vote for. This Saturday will be Halo Infinite. Friday, I am going to be playing Marvel Rivals because I am not ready for Dave the Diver again. I am not ready. Because we're going into the boss fight that will make or break the run 100% for sure. Because I remember how many times I died against this particular boss last time. And basically, I am going to have to, I'm gonna have to no-hit this particular boss if I have any chance at saving this run. Any chance. And then it's gonna be 2 in-game days, and then I have to fight the final boss. And I gotta hope. Oh wait, no, I can't. Because the final boss is gonna require the, That's right. The final boss, I'm not going to be able to have any of my stuff. I have to do it in one go. Shit! Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, I'm not ready for the last little bit I need for the Dave the Diver no death run. I'm not ready. I'm nowhere near ready mentally to take that on. So like I said, this Thursday, obviously today, good lord, my brain is still thinking it's Wednesday, despite the fact that I have set everything up and hit go. Thursday, obviously again today, I'm going to be doing nothing but animating until I get absolutely freaking exhausted from animating. Then I might go to something else, I'm not sure yet. As you can hear, I'm still fucking tired. So... Okay, good, the Furby didn't wake up. But yeah, like I said, tomorrow's gonna be Marvel Rivals. I've got 2 people set to play. I think the team comp can be up to 6, so I need 3 more people. If 3 more people want to hop in, we'll probably mostly be playing against bots and not other people, just because I'm like level 4. I have not played this game much at all. because I've been working on other stuff. Emma. I also may take a quick break to get more food, because I'm hungry despite the fact that I had a rather filling lunch. Also, how's my mic? Please tell me it's actually working correctly today. On second thought, I may get a soda. Got a feeling I'm gonna need the caffeine. Anyway, I think, so, the schedule change is going to be starting in June, so starting next week, and it will go until the end of July. That is how long this Kickstarter is gonna last. So that is how long this grueling schedule of mine is gonna last. And again, in August, I will be taking the entire month of August off. I've already promised my husband I would do this, so I am sticking to it. Also, speaking of my husband, I need to apologize again to him. I doof. It is 100% my doof. In my rage and panic, because my husband, like, the books came in when we got home from Momo, and I needed to move them somewhere, and he's like, hey, I'll move them. And he moved them. He told me where he moved them. I forgot where he moved them. So I sent him the message of, dearest sweetheart, love of my life, followed by a skull emoji, and me saying, where are my books? Needless to say, my loving, adorable, highly intelligent husband matched my energy when he responded. So, I've already said I'm sorry once. I need to apologize again, because holy shit. I am in the wrong. And I will admit, gladly, because that is the correct thing to do in this case, that I am very much in the wrong. So yeah, when he gets home, I'm gonna be apologizing again. But anywho. So, let's see. What have I got to show? I've got quite a bit to show. I just gotta figure out where I'm gonna start. Actually, I know exactly where to start. So, you guys know Pal World, right? You know how there's adorable little critters. And practically the face of Pal World, instead of being the first 3 pals you see, the face of Pal World has essentially become this absolutely adorable, what? I heard... Welcome back to the Hive!
50 moons.
Hey, I can also 50? Also, hi Cole, how are you doing? Damn, hold on. Brain needs to reset. Like I said, my brain is fried from MomoCon. What was I talking about? I have it in my lap. What was I talking about? Right. So, Pal World. Bless that bear. So you guys know Pal World. Sad I missed MomoCon. It was definitely an interesting one. There's a lot of D&D stuff. A lot of, hey, do you want to go to Japan stuff? It was interesting. I only sought out 3 autographs this year. And I actually didn't get hurt. I didn't overexert myself. I actually stayed relatively hydrated and fed. It's probably because I wasn't on keto this year, but still, I did succeed, at least, in that. I'm sorry, this plush is particularly fun to just pet because of the fabric they used. Whatever fabric this is, it feels like minky. Okay, they went the wrong direction on that. It has a very nice feel, but anyway. Doing good, how have you been? I am back from MomoCon, my brain is fried. So if I miss something or miss the meaning of something, that's why. But I'm actually not hurt. Normally every year, like my legs are constantly giving out after MomoCon, not this year. But I think that's also because this year I actually paced myself. I didn't rush from one side of the con to the other. I actually picked stuff and I'm like, hey, I'm actually just flat out interested in this. Let's see what we're gonna do with it. So yeah. So as I said earlier, I'm gonna do swag. I'm gonna do my book cover reveal because my book is finally in. I have the physical. You can hear it. I have my physical book that is finally in. Why is this going a different direction? That's annoying. At least the fabric is nice. Ooh, that's actually unmarked. Anyway, oh my gosh, the poor dearie, he got dirty. His cat hair all over him already. Dadgummit. It might actually be Minky. Or at least, close to it. Anyway, so the face of Power World is actually Chillet. And in one of the more recent updates, it was the Sakura update, a new version of Chillet was introduced, which is Chillet Ignis. So normal Chillet is an ice type. Ice dragon. Ignis is Dragon Loot. Hi! How you doing today? But the Ignis is obviously fire, and I think it's Fire Dragon. They happen to have plushies of both normal Chillet and Ignis Chillet. So my husband and I, we got ourselves a pair of these plushies. Can you guess who got who? Oh, I want to see if you guys can guess as I continue to strip it. Kind of feel like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully things will pick up for you. Fingers crossed. Yeah, as I pet this plush, you guys can probably see it a little bit. Like I'm an evil villain and this is my cat. Only my cats are actually this calm. The blood sugar doesn't like me? Oof. You're also a diabetic? Felt that. Very much felt that. Which is probably the reason I feel so weird. I have, oh, let's see, that's a mood. New York weather's making me feel icky. Oof. There's actually a reason I'm having to use my lights. Normally, it is, let's see, it's 1:30 right now. Normally, the sun is nice, bright, shiny. I don't need that light, but I do need that one. Bigglesworth is unhappy and died. Damn. No idea what Bigglesworth is, but Jiminy. But yeah, normally it's nice, bright, and shiny. It has been raining since just pre-diabetic. Ah. Well then. Austin Powers. I have not watched Austin Powers. I've seen like images and clips of the evil guy. I think he does this, and he has the evil cat. I'm guessing Mr. Bigglesworth is the name of the cat. But yeah, definitely felt the blood sugar thing. I was diagnosed with full-blown diabetes back in September. It's not fun. Dr. Evil's cat is Mr. Bigglesworth. Oh, okay. Cool. Wee. Yeah, I know nothing. I know practically nothing about Austin Powers. Right for you. Type 2. I'm down from my highest A1C to 6.0. Unfortunately, the last time I got it checked, I had gotten a steroid shot, which I found out diabetics are not supposed to get. How did I find this out? Because I told my doctor, yo, this is what they did. My doctor went, what the fuck did you say? And 6.0 ain't bad. It is not. It is not. It is a full drop. 6.7 was my highest. 6.5 is pretty much the trip line. Once you get above that, you're considered full-blown diabetic. 5.7, nice! That's good. Hopefully you're able to keep it under. I hope you were able to keep it under. Guess what? Dad was cleared to go back to work. Awesome! Didn't he break both of his legs? Like, I'm glad because it sounds like he's healed, but still! No, just when he... Okay, who was it that broke both of their legs? Oh, that might have been a friend of Baras's family then. Don't hope actually because of the other thing that's going on. Oh. Well, if you want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to. Just, I guess, just be aware Twitch DOS reacted. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, no. I see your point. What the heck? I don't know whether to be impressed, intrigued, or terrified. All life discovered in August. Ooh. At least they finally got it. Like have rheumatoid arthritis, need to go to the rheumatologist in October for confirmation. Okay. Yeah, I remember you saying that you were having issues with arthritis there, Brian. Hopefully they'll be able to nail it down. Blood sugar record is like... No, that's absolutely terrifying. I see what you mean. That is... it's 5.7. That is a weird... I'm glad you're alive. That is terrifying. But I am glad you're alive. Holy shit. Yeah, no, my brain absolutely reset after that. Holy cracker jacks. Well, I'm very glad that you're alive there, Luke. Goodness. I was talking about something. What was it? Again, my brain is absolutely fried from MomoCon. I'm tired. It also doesn't help the fact that both of my cats have been waking me up at 7 o'clock and refusing to let me go back to sleep every morning since we got back. And it's not just one cat, it's both of them. Fleshy, power roll. Okay. So, we got both of the chillets, and as you can probably guess by the color you can see at the bottom of my camera, I got the normal one. Look at him. Look at this adorable little dude. He's so cute. And he is so very long. And apparently I misjudged that hold. And he's very floppy. Kind of like when you pick them up in-game. But yeah, there was these, and then there were ones that were not quite as long as I am. Like, this thing is longer than my torso. About my head and torso long. And he's so fun to... Oh, no. Oh, no! Well, shit. Uh-oh. Apparently, this is, despite the fact that the fabric feels very nice, the embroidery is pretty darn good, he's already got a hole in him. Poor dear. He's a little dead, but I know how to sew. And that's a simple ladder stitch. That is so weird. Yeah, it was perfectly fine, apparently, up until I picked him up. He's not dead yet. I know how to repair them. I just gotta sit down and do it. Thankfully, it looks like that's just pure white thread. So, yeah, I can easily fix him with a ladder stitch. I did not murder him! Does he think he'll go for a walk? Maybe. Hey, check your phone. Oh, shoot. Also, hi, husbando. Oh, no. Why is my... I just got your message. What's going on? That's fair. At first line, immediately I start to panic. But hey, thank you for checking in on that. Letting you know so I don't spook you. That's fair. Thank you very much, hon. And I don't suppose you could grab dinner on the way. Or not dinner, lunch? Lunch. I had eggs. I made a that salmon that I had in the fridge. I don't know what I did. I cooked it correctly, but it tasted terrible. So I don't think I'm gonna be able to deal with cooked salmon, which really sucks. But yeah, I don't suppose you could pick up, you know. Ooh. I'm in Spooky Doorway, the people that made, whatchamacallit. Bless a Bear. What is the name? Agree. It's a point-and-click adventure. Dark Side Detective. It's a point-and-click adventure. If you haven't played it, highly, highly recommend it. It is Ghostbusters meets that's aware of its own tropes. And just kind of supernatural mystery. Absolutely love it. Highly recommend it. And it's point-and-click, so you don't have to, like, you can take your time with it. But with the hypoglycemia, almost wish my pancreas would just so I can handle the insulin on my own. Damn. Goodness. Gee. But yeah, now that I caught, thankfully I've caught this. Ooh, hold on a minute, how is that done? But anyway, now that I've caught this, I can repair it, so at least I caught it instead of my cats catching it. Yeah, he's nice and soft and cuddleable. My husband has the Ignis version, so he has the pink one, I have the blue one. I'm gonna gently set him there. Gonna shift around a little bit. Now, since I'm on the subject of sewing, I did 2 different workshops at MomoCon this year. Both of them were sewing workshops. The one that doesn't have anything in it, because I'm using it to store merch, I'll show you guys that one first. So, this is a dice tray. How in the world is this a dice tray? Well, let me show you. So, the first sewing thing that I went to was to make a fabric dice tray. And I'm like, okay, how on earth is this going to turn into a dice tray? Well, it uses these clasps that we actually put in ourselves. Like, this is machine sewing, which everything I have learned from this class and the other class, it was taught by the same person, my brother's sewing machine. We'll see. But, look at him. Hi, Amaretto. What's up? My cat, one of the cats is here. One moment. Bloop. Hi. Come here, baby. You come here? You gonna come here, or you're just gonna yell at me? The gremlin of dice and me is intrigued. It was really neat. So basically what it is you took 2 pieces of fabric, you put basically the actual design side to the other design side, and then you sew it. So we actually were able to use, I think it's called a Bennett sewing machine. No, don't mess with the chip. No wonder that was covered in cat hair. You keep messing with it. Amaretto. She is a mostly black cat. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Bugger. She's being a nuisance. Yes, I'm talking about you. Boop the nose. Brought up memories of one I went to 8 years ago. It's been 8 years? God, time flies. But anywho, so we used sewing machines to do all of the sewing this instead of the hand sewing. I really liked the Bennett. The Bennett was very nice. Isabel says, hi from the Bronx. Okay. Oh! Hello, Isabel. I say hi back. Okay, you're from the ward. Oops. You're from the ward. Okay, awesome, awesome. Aha! Gotcha! Come here, you little bugger. Well, maybe not little, but say hello to Amaretto. Hi. She, like I said, she is a mostly black cat, but she is a short hair, tortoise shell. And you want to purr into the mic for us all? Hmm? I don't think. Okay, yeah, no. You can't hear it. I think the water might be too high. I can hear her through my headphones. I thought the mic might be able to pick it up, but it might just be too low frequency for it. You want to be done? But yes, this is Amaretto. Laura, I think I need to update Twitch bio. About that. How are you? But yeah. But, basically just sewed it, turned it inside out. Still says you're in college. Bless, felt that. But, yeah, flipped it inside out, ironed it flat, and then had to poke holes into the fabric with an awl, which is basically like a tiny ice pick. For those of you who've seen me play Dave the Diver in the ice area where you have to take the pick and stab at the ice in order to get the squid out, basically that. But poke holes into it, and then we got these plastic clasps that, for me, just leave that one. I mean, like, I hand-bound, I guess it's hand-bound, I make hand-bound sketchbooks, at this point just for friends and when I have time. When I have time being the operative phrase there. But it's something I'm very familiar with. But, anyway, so we took these plastic clasps, so we got a thumbtack kind of thing on one side, and I decided to match it up with the fabric that it would be on. And then we took the other side of the clasps, and obviously we alternated between the sides. And the reason, like, the lady was very, very specific and hammered it home to alternate these, so that when you need to put it away, as you guys saw, hold on, let me do this again real quick. These clasps are very, despite the fact that they're plastic clasps, they have a very, very nice, hold on. You can hear the snap. Very nice. Found you again. Grim Reaper, hi! How you doing? Long time no see. But it's a dice tray. And actually, it's fairly durable. I think it's the cloth itself is, I don't think it's a poly, I think it's cotton? Either a cotton or a cotton polyester blend. I can't remember which one. But it is very nice. But to protect the inside of it, basically, and this is why she said to alternate the clasps, and since I'm going to be putting this away, I'm going to just do all of them. But you can fold it, and this is pretty square. But you fold it, and you put the clasps together, like so. And then you can fold it nice and neat and bring it to your next game. So that's the first thing I learned from that workshop. I'm going to set that over here. The next thing is still on dice. It's a dice bag. It is not reversible, unfortunately. It's just a base, what she would consider a basic dice bag, but it does have like a different inside. Whoop. Thankfully, my reflexes for catching stuff is still somewhat existent. And I need to check that. Okay. But yeah. So this one, it's similar fabrics. The way to make it is also fairly simple. And then the string is just braided cord that you can get at like a craft store or something. Wish I had tools from Dad's workshop. I'd be able to make so much cool shit. Felt that. You're doing pretty good. Only recently realized Twitch hasn't been sending notifications except for Ferret's software streaming. Felt that. Very much felt that. Most of the streamers that I pay any attention to, I'm friends with them on Discord at this point. So I just use their little tagline, and it's like, oh, I see the little tagline that they're streaming. Click. Provided when I have time. But anywho, so, hey, this is the second thing I made. And again, this thing is freaking durable. Also machine sewn. Again, learned a lot from these particular classes. I'm gonna keep this here in hand instead of putting it away, because it is holding all of the keychains I picked up from con. So we're gonna start with the ones that are the same style and just go through all these. So preface this with, you guys know that I'm getting back into Transformers, specifically Transformers Prime. They had a lot more Transformers merch than I expected them to have, including my favorite ship, which is Knockout, which this is actually really good, and it's even got, it's double-sided. There's a good chunk of stuff that's not double-sided, but that was very nice. But Knockout and Breakdown. I love this ship and I love these characters. Absolutely just amazing. So that was one booth. Then I found another booth that had almost all of the characters from Prime. I wish I had gotten all of them. I pretty much regret not getting all of them from Prime, and I got a few from the IDW comics, specifically the Lost Light. I don't know if it's the Lost Light series or if it's just the Lost Light arc, but the Lost Light. And I got those, one of them for a friend of mine. But this particular, like, this was another booth, had a very good keychains, also double-sided. But we've got Megatron. I'll be putting them back in the dice bags as I go through these. Soundwave, who's kind of become my favorite outside of Knockout and Breakdown. Everyone's favorite coward, Starscream. Of course, Knockout. And this is pretty much like on the dot, their designs. If it had been 2D animation instead of 3D. Then we've got Breakdown before he, well, if you know Transformers Prime, you know what happened. Oh, poor boy. At the very least, in the comics, Knockout and Breakdown get a happy ending, at least in the comics. I will take that. But then there's Ratchet. Breakdown. Yes, he did! Breakdown absolutely deserved better. They had Bulkhead, RC, I'm pretty sure they had Bumblebee. I don't remember if they had Wheeljack and Magnus, but I really wish I had gotten the other three. Like, I wanted to spend all of my money at this stand. I am not joking. These keychains, this one didn't come with a cover, but... And it's also double-sided. I just really like it. The quality is really, really nice. They're nice and smooth. They don't have, like, edges that will, like, you'll accidentally cut yourself on. With the last one being a smiling Optimus Prime. We all know this poor man has been through a lot. But yes, Breakdown 100% absolutely deserved better. I wish he had had the opportunity to change sides to go over to the Autobots. Like, he was right there. And then Silas and Arachnid, had to be the characters that they are. Alright, so let's see, who am I gonna do next? Let's do this one next. So, there is a vendor that returned that I really wanted to get more stuff from. Turns out I had already gotten one thing from them before, but fuck it. I got another one because I really like their stuff. This one is Gummy Dragon, who does fruit-themed dinosaurs. This year, they had not one, but two velociraptors. The one is dragon fruit, and the other one, I think it's a if I remember correctly, plantain. Oh, look at them, they're so cute. And so those are two enamel pens. I also, this year, got a little phone charm of the dragon fruit raptor. Yes, I love raptors. I also, to no one's surprise, got washi tape. I don't remember her having this last year, so I got it this year. And it's like dessert marine reptiles, like there's an eclair mosasaur. Looks like a cotton candy, almost ice cream looking nautilus. And then there's another mosasaur that looks kind of like a chocolate sprinkled donut. And then there's a cinnamon bun, also nautilus. And then the other one is I can't guess those off the top of my head, but they're Pachycephalus, Stegosaurus, Carnotaurus, Ankylosaurus, and I believe that's not Brontosaurus. I think that's Brachiosaurus, judging by the design. See, yep, no surprise. Here, I have a washi tape addiction, but it's even worse. I have a absolute fascination with dinosaurs, have since I was an itty bitty girl. Hello, my name is Uniraptormon because it is a combination of Velociraptor, Ankylus, and then just Velociraptor Digimon, to be entirely honest. Let's see, I'm gonna be real, don't know what you're talking about Transformers-wise, but nerding out is amazing. Hey, ow. I also need to be careful how I snap my finger because I screwed up my middle finger. Don't know how I did it, but I did it. Need to go find something to eat. Alright. Go get something to eat. Absolutely, if you need to run, go do anything, I will still be here. I'm gonna be here for the next 7 some odd hours. So, no worries. But yeah, I got dinosaur washi tape, another enamel pen.
Hey, you're Raptormon?
Yes, Grekene?
Did you remember to take your medicine? Go take it if you haven't.
I'm pretty sure I did. I use a shot glass as a medicine cup. It works because it keeps everything together. What is it, Grekene? I did take my medicine.
Did you remember to eat today?
Yes, I did, but I need to eat more.
If you didn't, go get food.
I do need to go and eat more. But yeah, it turns out I already had this particular enamel pen, but I didn't have this one. Got to beat. Yeah, go get food. Go get food, Dragon. What is it, Grekene?
You need to drink some water.
I'll drink water after I figure out where I'm going to put these. You know what? We're going to put them over here. I shouldn't bump them. So that is everything I got from Gummy Dragon. Since the peeps from the Warren was mentioned earlier, there was another booth that had these really cutesy, someone has to keep an eye on you since Husbando isn't there. That is fair. Speaking of, Husbando is on his way home because I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I know how you are. There. If anyone's curious, Ace of Diamonds, I call her Akane. She used to live with me. 8 some odd... Oh God, is it really... Has it really been 8 years? Has it really been 8 years? Damn. Yeah, no, Dragon Loot, go get food. Go get food, no worries. But anyway, since the... Oh yeah, wait, I said... Hold on. Again, my brain is fried from MomoCon this year, so... If I miss something... No, Shh. And that is water, just so you know. I've been trying to reduce how much soda I'm drinking, mainly because of acid reflux reasons, because phosphoric acid is no joke. FYI, I used to be a chemist, and that's what both of my majors were in, was chemistry. But anyway, I saw these particular stickers. I'm going to show them one at a time, because they deserve to be seen one at a time. I saw these stickers at MomoCon, and I had to get them. Thankfully, they had like a buy 3 thing. You get them at a certain price. But I looked at these and I'm like, I have to get them. I have to get them. They're too cute. And they're way too relevant. So, here's the first one. Oh look, it's my favorite position whenever I play Repo. What I constantly do when I play Repo. And my OBS is over here, which is the reason I keep looking. And then this one. This is the sticker that caused me to stop by the stand, and then I saw the other ones and I'm like, I gotta get them. I gotta get them. So freaking cute. So we'll stick on the sticker. Lord of mercy. My puns, they know no bounds. So we're gonna adjust things on my desk so I can lay these out flat. So one of the things, and I'm not gonna show it off just because it needs to stay refrigerated, it needs to stay cold. But they had these Japanese cake cans. So they're at MomoCon, they also have food vendors. And this particular one, I kept going by it and I'm like, man, I want one of these things. Man, I want one of these things. Alabama, September 16th, 2016. Watching Badger play Repo earlier. Yeah, I heard he put out a video on Repo. I will admit, one of these, I would love to play games with the dude. I don't think I'll ever be able to get in his orbit, though. Who knows? But I do not have high hopes. But anyway, so they're called canned cakes. They're apparently, like I said, there's Japanese, and I saw them every time, and I'm like, man, I want to get these. What the finger you? Oh my gosh, Twitch! Your thing got held because Twitch is being a tad bit of a dumbass. Grandmother was pharmaceutical chemist, talked about test grad school project. Apparently is a compound that is stupidly potent yellow dye. Yes. Usually it's associated with iodine. Had them run through a lot of complicated procedures with it. If you got any on your fingers, you lost 10% of your grade for the assignment per finger affected. Yeah. That, I think that's generally because pharmaceutical leads me, that's probably iodine, because iodine is notorious for staining everything it gets in contact with. Know that one from experience. Did I work as a pharmaceutical chemist? No. I worked in a research lab for a short stint. Keeping in mind, it was as a student worker at the place where I went to college the first time. Yes, I did graduate. I did get a degree. And I went back and I got another one at a different school. Someone somehow got it on their shoe and got a 0. Oh. Oh, dear. I would believe that. I absolutely would believe that, because if it were another chemical compound, they could have lost a foot. Like, I understand how it, like, on the one hand, I understand, like, oh my gosh, this is so stupid. On the other hand, I know people can make very dumb mistakes with extremely dangerous chemicals, i.e. hydrogen chloride. How do I know? Because I was one of those idiots. That's what they were trying to point out. So, okay. So I have a story when I was trying to get my chemistry degree, the first one. So I had switched majors from chemical engineering. I'm going to hit snooze because this needs to be told in its entirety. How bad was it? Thankfully, I was not damaged. Thankfully, no one else was damaged. But I was nearly damaged because it had eaten through my glove. So, this is hydrochloric acid, HCl. It's basically stomach acid, if I remember correctly. You have a pH of 2, which is extremely acidic. I had changed majors from chemical engineering to just chemistry. I have worked as a chemical engineer Story for another time. Yes, 2. pH of 2. FYI, stomach acid is essentially hydrochloric acid. That is what we have in our stomachs. The molarity is different, but the bigger the number on the molarity, the more concentrated the acid is. If I remember correctly, we were dealing with 6 molar hydrochloric. It was either 6 molar hydrochloric acid. That was when I was in the research lab because I had to be the one to dilute it. Lord Almighty. I think we were messing with 2 molar hydrochloric acid in this particular lab. You're lucky to have that hand. Yes. Yes. And to think, it was just a tiny amount, but chemistry can be extremely dangerous if you're not paying attention. My dumbass was not paying attention. So we had to put in a bunch of titration filter substances in what's called a burette. Basically, it's this really long, think of it as a really long syringe, but at the bottom you have a little turn thing like you would see on a faucet, like a garden hose faucet. You have a little turn thing at the bottom and a little drip part at the bottom. I must have had good reflexes getting that glove off. Yeah! Yeah! Unfortunately, the lab tech that was working with all of us had to point it out. It's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm, mixing this up so that we could get the substance out, because we needed to get the substance out of it after we finished the lab. And she's like, what did you put in there? And I'm like, oh, hydrochloric acid. It was at that moment I realized, shit, I have hydrochloric acid. It was this finger. This one. Because what I had done is, to get it out, you had to put hydrochloric acid into the burette so you could kind of melt down the substance and it would get all nice and sloshy, and then you could just pour it out. My dumbass was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna put the hydrochloric acid into this thing and wait till it gets all nice and slushy, and then put my finger on top and shift it back and forth so it gets thoroughly mixed so it's just one pour. Hence, like I said, the lab tech was like, what did you put in there? I'm like, oh yeah, hydrochloric acid. I took my hand and I put the burette to where it would be safe. And looked at my glove. It had eaten a perfect hole in this glove. So I looked at it, went, oh shit, yanked it off, and did the proper procedure, got a new set of gloves after throwing it away, looked at my finger and went, oh look, I still have everything. So yes, when you're dealing with chemistry, fucker, you need to pay attention. I nearly lost my finger. I also, still on the hydrochloric acid thing, that was a lab near the end of my first degree. That class is near the end of my first degree. The other thing is, while I was working as a student worker in the drug research and discovery department, I was helping the lab tech, but I was still basically doing lab, like the similar jobs to what he was doing. Like a bunch of, let's see, you're gonna have no digits left, that's how you handle the hydrochloric acid. It gets worse, it gets worse. So while doing a student worker, or working as a student worker, I had to prep like the growth medium, chemicals for the graduate students so that they could do their experiments. How does it get worse? I'm about to tell you. Also, did you get food? So I had to dilute hydrochloric acid into this big old thing of water. It's, it'll be worse. I have survived some stupid, crazy things. It is only by the grace of God that I still have all my digits. Also adds in like 50 seconds. I'm tempted to snooze again. You know what? Fuck it. I'm snoozing again. I'll gain them again over this stream. But I need to finish this one. So, I had to dilute 6 molar. So that's where the 6 molar was. 6 molar hydrochloric acid. For those of you who don't know, that is hella concentrated stuff. Way more dangerous than the 2 molar stuff that I was using in that burette. I took all the correct precautions, except for one. And even then, it wasn't a precaution. Tom, stop yelling at me. I'm trying to listen to a story. I'll give food, Lord. Oh, but so I'll be, or attempt to be fairly quick on this then. But basically, so I did the proper procedure. When you dilute acid, you don't pour water into the acid, you pour the acid into the thing of water. Making eggs. Ooh, nice. So I had to dilute 6 molar, I think it was to 1 molar acid. So I got the correct amount of water. My calculations were correct. Everything was fine. Everything was on the place where it needed to be. I did everything I was supposed to. But I did one thing that was an oversight. This is why I say there was one safety precaution I didn't take. How in the world is my nose involved with this? As I was dripping the acid slowly, because you slowly add an acid to water as you dilute it so that it is properly getting throughout the entire thing. Was it all correct though? Technically it was correct, but the vapors from the acid, again, this is 6 molar hydrochloric acid. The vapors from the acid, as I was dripping it into the water, went up my nose. For those of you who don't realize how horrifying that is, that could have killed me. Yes. So the vapors went up my nose. I realized it instantly because of the pain. I immediately put everything down into its appropriate places. Thankfully, I was next to the sink, and then I proceeded to cough and nearly vomit into the sink. My nose is running like a faucet. I don't remember if there was blood. But I am standing over the sink going, oh dear God, please make it stop. Your lungs could have... Yes, yes. When I say I nearly could have died, I am not joking. Again, chemistry can be very dangerous, sometimes fatal if you're not being careful. Thankfully, as you can all tell, I lived to tell the tale of, oh yeah, if you do this, do it in a motherfucking hood! By hood, if you've ever seen like a cooktop that has one of the hoods that yanks like the fumes and stuff up into it and puts it somewhere else, that's basically the same thing. God, I'm very lucky. Very, very lucky. But yeah, the fumes got into my nasal cavity, and I had to deal with it. Because I was the only one in the lab. Thankfully, like I said, I lived! Went into chemistry college. Couldn't tell. Thought this was... Oh God, don't insult me like that, Grim! Can I help you, cat? This is 3 times, you little bugger. It's amaretto again, too. But no, I absolutely love chemistry. Absolutely loved it. And at least those are the only 2 horror stories that I can think of for chemistry. Hi, Spider!
Hi.
Hello! How are you?
I'm doing okay.
I am okay. Just overheating a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, and telling stories of how I nearly died twice. Well, nearly died once when I worked as a chemist.
Mm-hmm. And also apparently killing your children.
I didn't mean to! I can sew them at least! But yeah, adds in about 40 seconds. Let's see, my college horror stories are significantly less lethal. Oh yeah, that actually reminds me of a high school story where I nearly had my head caved in with a basketball. But I'll tell that after the break. Speaking of, I'm going to take a 3-minute break, 3 to 5 minute break. I'll tell that story later after I get through some of the merch. So I will be right back. But I'm going to get food if nothing works. Okay. Did I remove that thing? Hold on, I need to check my scene transitions. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just in case I gotta do that again. Luke, go get food! I know you said you're making eggs. There's gotta be a little snack you can munch on. This is why I'm probably gonna take my chances with animatronics and lose the frontal lobe. I mean, wear a hard hat. The eggs are almost done. Nice. Well, speaking of food, back to the, I'll tell the other terrifying story of my head nearly being caved in with a basketball at a later time. Either today or in the future. If someone reminds me. But, speaking of, so I mentioned the Japanese can cakes. Which I may raid. See, for reference, I live in Texas, so it's not too bad. Okay, that's not bad at all. Yeah, I'm over here in Alabama. But Momo, they had, like I said, the can cake thing. And they had stickers. And they had a sale 4 for $3. Normally they're $1 each. We have caramel flamingo. Let's see. Again, I'm looking at OBS to make sure you guys can see this. That's one. Banana poodle. I just realized that's in a very unfortunate shape. You poor thing! Not too dangerous yet, just feel weird. Felt bad. And we have Japanese cheesecake, which I think is their main one. The Japanese cheetah. Hard hat won't do anything against a roughly 200 PSI jaw. Oh, it might give you a couple of seconds to duck. Or a couple seconds more to duck. And then this one I've already eaten. Because I think we got a total of 5? I think? Because I think there might have been one that was exclusive for there. But the tiramisu, which is turtle misu. Dude, that is such an unfortunate shape. I didn't catch that till just now. Was that a cat or was that a... Okay, that was something else. I wonder if anyone in their marketing team is going to catch that. I hope so. I hope it's soon, too. That is very unfortunate. The bite of 2083 or 2087. 1983 or 1987. I know you're talking about FNAF. Let's see. I'm gonna go with this one next. So, Copic, I don't, it's one of those pronunciations. But the fancy alcohol markers that are way too expensive, they actually had a stand there. And I want a sticker. It's kind of pretty. Hey. Technically didn't have to buy that, so that was nice. There was another one called Screen Bits. There, I went to one of their panels. And their animation and production services. I think it was, I don't remember the panel, obviously probably animation related. But not only did they give out business cards, they also gave out the super pretty, can you see the sparkles? Okay, there we go. Very sparkly sticker. It was very nice. Let's see. Next, I must show this one. So, I am in talks with the peeps over at GBT and said that I wanted to advertise for them. Have we officially struck anything up? No, not yet. But I absolutely will brag about GBT because I absolutely adore the flavors that they have. It is also, if anyone has heard me talk about it before, the people that I call waifu tea. One of the new ones that they had was a mojito flavored tea, which I am now obsessed with. And they actually had a sticker of the waifu for said mojito tea. So when we bought tea, I got a sticker. absolutely adorable, and the tea is so freaking good. Like, oh my gosh, I love it. Then the last few stickers, I got these for free just because I talked to someone at the booth. But there was this big, like, display of people who had built Gundams. There was a very wide variety of Gundams, and there was someone just kind of at the, for lack of better phrasing, front desk that was actually putting a Gundam together. And talked to her about, they were doing a giveaway. I completely forgot to go back to do the giveaway to see if I won. But even if I did, they would have moved on to someone else. But I got, ooh, that's actually nice. I got 2 stickers from them. They're like, yo, take all the stickers you want. I'm like, really? Why? They're like, you're here. I'm like, okay, didn't have to buy anything there. But here's one of them. Kind of adorable, called Galactic Boys. And then the other one, which is the biggest sticker that I got. Jeez, how am I gonna hold this? There we go. It's a very nice Gundam sticker. So that is all the stickers. Then we've got... Yeah, I know. Torping was there again this year, and I know their name because I very much wanted to get more of what they have called pin banners. This is called drill fabric. I know there's more to the name, but it is all I can remember of it. They didn't bring back their exclusive pin banner, unfortunately. Not pinboard, pin banner. But am I overreacting this a little? Probably. Do I care right now? No. It's better to overreact with a medical problem like that than it is to underreact, because underreaction, similar to chemistry, will get you in trouble. Oh, yeesh. But they had one, and I wanted to get it last year. I think it was a normal one, though, last year. But they had DDR. Like, DDR arrows. But they also had, like, little extra things on it. So there was a purple one that I wanted to get, as well as a space one. Didn't get the space one, because I think they ran out. But this, it's very nice. I've already got, this is another pin that I bought. Of course, Banjo-Kazooie. Again, it turns out I already had this one, but I don't care. Banjo-Kazooie merch is rare. Gimme. But this is the pin banner. It had little purple crystals on it. I'm like, you know what? This is absolutely up my alley. Okay, where's the end of this thing? Here we are. As you can tell, it is very long. And given how many pins I have, I very much needed another pin banner. I currently have, you can actually see both of them. So this is another one of the Torping pin banners that I got last year. Same with this one, I also got this one last year, but it is Clover. And the other one is Beach. This is a beach themed one. So this, after I have finished loading it with pins, will be joining those. I technically have a third pin banner back here, but it's one that I made. Nowhere near as long. 100% was just proof of concept, and even then it's technically just buttons. So I just realized I gotta roll this back up. There's two more. Well, technically 2 more things. Technically 1 more thing, and then autographs. So I got 3 autographs this year. Every single one of the voice actors that I got is an absolute peach. If I found you here, guess I won't miss a stream. Hey! I stream in 4 different places. Twitch, YouTube, and the 2 green sites. Come on. Alright, so I'm going to put this away where I have all of my other pins. This thing is filled to here with enamel pins. So am I going to be able to fit all of them on there? Probably not, but we'll try. Let me see. Is this only that one thing that's in this one? Excuse me, sir! Ah, no, 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 not that way. That way, please. Thank you. No, not in there either. Sir, if you would be so kind, go catch bugs, not on my tits. And I lost track of them. It was a spider. It was a spider. Apparently, the spider was on the bag and decided that my chest was the perfect place to go. He now... I fucking swear. Do not come toward me. Fucker, I want to open that box! Would you please? You are going in the trash. And you will put yourself there. Yes, it's still the spider. I am not killing it. There you go. No, no, you're going into the trash, sir. Go bug someone else. It is a very tiny, tiny spider. But, see, don't kill it, name it Jerry, and give it a home. I am absolutely giving it a home. It is going to have a home in the trash can. Surely it can catch bugs near there. So, little thing about me is I do my best not to kill spiders unless absolutely necessary. Speaking of, there's a spider I killed recently that I 100% regret, because I looked it up to make sure I knew what it was, and when I looked it up, I realized, oh shit, this one's actually helpful. It does not help the fact that said spider was a wolf spider. Said spider was bigger than a quarter. Said spider was right next to my foot when I went to the restroom. This was before MomoCon. Unfortunately, I looked at it, saw my foot was right next to it, and went, I am sorry, sir, you must die. Proceeded to grab it, or attempt to grab it, and squish it with toilet paper, and then throw it in the toilet. Went and I looked it up. Had a wolf spider on my arm when I woke up one day. Okay, that actually leads me into a Girl Scout story, but I will tell that later as well. Someone's gonna have to remind me of that one. But I looked up wolf spider just to make sure I had the correct spider when I was talking about it. Lo and behold, it was the correct spider. But wolf spiders are extremely useful. Similar to house centipedes, they hunt pests. Specifically, wolf spiders hunt brown recluse spiders, which, FYI, brown recluse spiders are very bad for a human being. I've been bit by once, and they cause what's called necrosis. Basically, they make your skin rot. But wolf spiders hunt brown recluse spiders and black widows. And I killed this wolf spider. They also, I found out, are extremely docile spiders. So the reason it hadn't bit me was basically because it went, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, I'll stay here. And I won't go any further because you're not messing with me. And I killed it. And I have felt terrible since I did that. I feel even worse talking about it. But no, like, poor baby. I feel so. Actually, no, it's bigger than a quarter. It was much bigger than a quarter because this is the size of a quarter. It was about that big. Probably about the size of a $50. But yeah, I felt so bad about killing it after I found out about the fact that it eats pests. It eats worse spiders. And the reason it's called a wolf spider is because this spider runs down other spiders. I felt so bad. I still feel bad. So I have vowed not to kill another wolf spider if I see it in the house. I have vowed to do that. And also just because in general, I do my best not to kill spiders because I know they will grab hold of any pest I have in my house and they will eat it. I know there was one spider that was actually over here before I had the desk I currently do. Let's see, guess I have info for my spider-hating mother, so wolf spiders are friends. Yes, wolf spiders are absolutely friends, not food. Speaking of yummy, there was one spider, he was over here. And we had, like, made my desk, we had moved everything out from over here, but he was behind one of my bookshelves. And I'm like, holy shit, this thing is huge. Then I saw what it had in its web. So backstory for that, there are wasps, I'm hoping it's a whir now, but there are wasps in my fireplace, because I don't use the fireplace that much. I probably need to start using it more in the winter, but it doesn't get that cold. Back to the 90s. Just for friends, not food. But, so, that's just one of the things in the house is fireplace, and we had issues, still have issues with wasps, because that's how they get into the house. There was this one particular, very nice sized wasp. I mean, sugar. Oh, okay, the blood sugar, okay. Derp. But I lost track of the wasp. Hadn't seen it for days. That spider had caught that wasp. I proceeded to look at the spider and inform it, you get to live. You absolutely get to live. You have taken care of a problem. Would you like to move it to the fireplace? There's many more there you can eat. No idea if it well, probably didn't understand a word I said, but it might have understood something because I haven't had to deal with wasps since. At least not inside. Still got to deal with them in the grill, but that's specifically yellow jackets. Spider in the kitchen last night, went back to eating, looked back and it's gone. Mother was not happy. Yeah, I bet not. But yeah, more often than not, there's with like 2 exceptions for me, brown recluse and black widows. Those are 2 of the exceptions I have to killing spiders. I've been bitten by a brown recluse when I was a little kid. Once again, I am realizing I have survived a lot of shit. I was bitten by one as a kid, and it did rot some of my leg. I'm fine. Obviously, I'm fine now. But that was a thing. And then, again, I'll tell the Girl Scout camp interaction with a wolf spider. That was a Chuck Norris moment. So everyone knows the Chuck Norris memes, right? So my Chuck Norris moment was when I was coming home. Let's see, looking back on my life, I've had a number of close calls. Yee. But my Chuck Norris moment was when we got home, so backstory before this, is at Girl Scout camp, I had this welt on the back of my neck. Big old thing. Killed a black widow in Arizona last week. Huh. But, like I said, black widow and brown recluse are my exceptions. Brown recluse I will generally kill on sight. Unfortunately, brown recluse are very good at eating cockroaches. As long as they stay away from me, they're fine. Same thing with black widow. But all other spiders, I am trying to do my best not to kill them. And especially wolf spiders, I am never killing them again. But, so there was this big welt on the back of my neck when I went home. My parents were trying to figure out what the hell. There was a spider, the markings of a spider bite in the center of it. It was like, okay, what spider did you get bit by? And I'm like, I have no idea. So we get home, and my mom is dealing with my sleeping bag, because we had to have sleeping bags on top of our mattresses, because they didn't give us anything but a mattress and the frame to sleep on every night. Well, she unrolls my bag, And suddenly there is this ear-piercing scream of terror. So Dad and I go down there. And there is a wolf spider the size of my hand, dead, in my sleeping bag. The size of it, of his little old fangs, were the same size of the bite on the back of my neck.
Yeah, it just proves you're poisonous. Something bit you and it died. Therefore, you're poisonous.
Oh, my back. Fucking hell. But yes, he said that I'm poisonous because something bit me and it died. Convince heroes take a bite out of you and they will die. You're a chemist trying to use the toxicity in your blood. It's cool I'm not on call trying to work. I'm giggling too damn hard. But yeah, therefore I am poisonous. So yeah, I wasn't, up until this very moment, I've always called it a Chuck Norris moment because a wolf spider bit me and it died. And it's a big old one, too. I'm much more awake now. Oh my word. I was talking about something else. What was it? Oh, right, merch. So there's 2 more merch things I gotta do. So he bites you, you roll over in your sleep and crush it. Here's the thing. I would 100% absolutely believe that were the case if the spider wasn't 100% intact. Like, it was not flattened, there was no guts anywhere, it was practically a pristine specimen. I would have, both Mom and I would have remembered the guts part. Because Mom would have to have been the one to clean the sleeping bag, and she didn't have to. But yeah, it wasn't crushed at all. Okay, your blood is toxic. I have become the xenomorph. Let's go. Only thing I miss her is the color green. But yeah, I genuinely thought that was the case, but the fact that it wasn't crushed at all, it bit me and it died, the poor thing. Which admittedly, that's the reason why I killed the other wolf spider, the one more recent. Because of that experience. Next time you need an acid for something, get a lancet for your glucomere. I will say I've, for many reasons, like if I get a cut on my hand, the first thing I'll do is lick it. I don't know why I started the habit. There was something about saliva having healing properties a long time ago, and I believed it, and it's just second nature now. But my blood taste is very heavy on the iron. That's the only way we'll know. I'm immune to my own blood, so let's go. Maybe that's the reason why I can handle Taco Bell so easily. I am stronger than the Taco Bell. Get super villain. I splash some blood on you. I'll be fine. Suddenly you hear hissing. What is this? I am the xenomorph. Fuck you. Goodness. It probably also doesn't help that I'll be showing my book cover reveal is today. It is going to be here on stream. So you guys will be, well, essentially outside of my husband, my family, and his family. Me, just lick my blood because I like the taste. Felt that. But apparently there's supposed to be some kind of coagulating properties in the saliva. That's one thing I've heard. For me, it's one of those, sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But I'm used to the taste of blood. That's terrifying out of context. But yeah, you guys will be the first ones outside of family to see the my book cover. Unfortunately, these are ordered from Amazon, and so there's a watermark that goes around it, which messes up the cover, but for the most part, you can actually see it. Speaking of exclamation mark, well, actually, probably should wait on the exclamation mark Kickstarter until I finish with the reveal, which I'll do after I get finished with the merch and then the 3 signatures I got. So, next thing on merch. There is a company, well, kind of company, called Baz. I've gotten chopsticks from these people before and they're absolutely freaking phenomenal. Love them. They're a set of wood chopsticks. But their big thing is wood. Just all kinds of woodworking. I've also gotten stamps from them, which are absolutely fabulous. Recently noticed, like, I had offered to read for the audiobook if I weren't to list. I think I was in on that. I think you were talking to me about that. Which also, one of the clips from the last, I think it was last Saturday? Not last Saturday, but the Saturday before that. With the repo game. I have put one of those clips up on the sites. Which I think I do have a TikTok now. But the TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. That's it. I put the monkey ball repo clip up because I was still laughing when I played it. I played it and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's right, and uploaded it. But anyway, so these guys, phenomenal projects. Like it says on here, handcrafted wood art. It absolutely is. Playing Dave the Diver, I think. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. And I'm like, if you want any more or like if you need any tips or tricks or need some help, just let me know. But something they added this year that I have been using a lot this year because my hair is very long, as you can see. It is also very, very thick. This is practically an insulator for heat. This is Alabama. It gets fucking hot. And one of the main reasons I cut my hair is because of the heat. I have been using hairpins. I call them chopsticks because that's kind of what they look like. But I have been using chopsticks. Well, chopsticks, hair stick pin things. Dislocated soldier that night during repo blood sugar. I'm so sorry that happened. I'm glad you're here and alive now. Ooh. Dislocating the shoulder's even worse. I'm so sorry. Hold on, brain reboot. One moment. But anyway, yeah, I've been using this and still popping. Definitely felt that. Both of my shoulders the same way. But I've been using this, wrapping my hair up, and immediate relief from the heat. Because all of the heat that gets trapped back here, because, again, my hair is thick. My Cherokee roots. So, interesting fact, Cherokee generally have high cheekbones and very, very, very thick hairpins. But anyway, so I've been using this. I use this at MomoCon. And another reason I didn't overheat, this thing. I'm halfway tempted to put my hair up with it just because I'm starting to overheat. And I am now, because it is such an instant relief, I'm constantly reaching for this. Well, why am I yammering about this? Because this year Baz added hairpins to their, and I'm actually going to keep this out because I know I'm not going to break that. But they added hairpins to their repertoire. And I got, making sure that's gonna stay still, I got one. I have not used it yet, but I will eventually. Let's see if I can get that closer. This is handcrafted. It is absolutely gorgeous. I will eventually be using this. But yeah, I got a hairpin from them. And pretty much when it's one of those when I break this, I'll probably move on to this one. Also because this wood, as you guys saw, was a lot thicker than my essential chopstick. I'm gonna set that there. I also managed to find 2 more hairpins. One I forgot was a hairpin. I thought it was a letter opener. Let me show you this. I did not get these this year. I've gotten these. I didn't get these at MomoCon. But this is one of the hairpins I got. Part of it's already broken. There was one of these. I think it was over here. Yeah, it was right here. It broke off. This is... Unfortunately, it is not that well made. It looks like it is on the surface, but I haven't used it because I'm afraid I'm going to break more of it off. But it's very pretty. But the one, and you probably see it in my hand, when I'm talking about that I thought it was a letter opener, it is actually a hairpin. I have a sword that I can put in my hair. If I need to take it out, yank, stab, stab, stab. Hopefully I'll never have to. But it's very pretty. FYI, my sister also has these. You shall kill things with your hair. Stabbies, yes! All the stabbies. But yeah, I thought this was a letter opener. Then I'm like, oh, this absolutely, you know, it absolutely is my MO. To have some kind of weapon as a letter opener, which I do have a knife as a letter opener, I just don't remember where it is. Knowing me, I'm gonna find out the hard way where it is. But yes, stabbies. I have actually put my hair up on this one. It is sturdy enough that it can actually hold all this mess. You know, Invincible, the Vultramite with a hair blade. Ooh, I have not watched Invincible yet. I have not. It's on my list. It's on my massive list of things to watch. But, I will say I wouldn't mind getting more of these. Oh, you're good. By the time I get to that part, I will have forgotten, I guarantee you. You're fine, you're fine. And I'll yammer about, like, if it's a new anime. The art is cool, though. I have seen some of the animation, like I've seen the Think Mark Think meme. So many places.
Which rhyme?
But
Which rhyme? Which rhyme? Which rhyme?
it's a swamp! Hit the deck!
Rhyme!
I still very much need to make that change. It's something I've done in OBS. You guys will see it when I shift over to finally doing the art stuff and animating there. Which, again, today's supposed to be an animating stream, but I have swag to show. There's something special I want to do with this scene whenever that goes off. Also, hi Goldie, how you doing? Ugh, excuse me. But yeah, I absolutely would love to get more of these. My sister has like a little pole axe. I think there's also a pole arm and a spear. I just have a sword. I have a sword with a nice little ruby looking thing. And it's one of those, it's clearly plastic. It's not metal, but it's very firm. I want to start collecting swords. I do too! I haven't gotten a sword yet. I've gotten I think it's called Nagito. It's like, the monk spear thing. Armor would be fun. But I got one of those from a guy who allegedly deals in swords. Nagito, that's it! That's it. That was Nagito. That might be from Danganronpa, though. Anyway, speaking of, you know what? I'm gonna put the sword in my hair. Japanese, yes, Japanese glaive, yes. I have one of those. I took it to one of my neighbors who does, he sharpens blades. Like, I had him sharpen one of my kitchen knives. Woo, honey hush. You could shave your arm with that thing, it's so sharp. He's very good at it, but I gave him the Nagita to see if he could do anything with it, and he's like, no, I'm not even gonna bother trying to sharpen this. This thing is a showpiece. And I'm like, well, can you tell me why? And he pointed out everything wrong with it, and I'm like, oh man. So, speaking of, I'm going to put my hair up because I am overheating something fierce. You guys are probably seeing a million things wrong that I am doing, but fuck it. I want to get, like, real... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Guess what? No Tom today. Hey, there you go. Alright, is that... That's in? I think. Yeah. For me, want to make them... Ooh, forging. Oh my gosh. And again, instant relief from the heat. And occasionally you guys will be able to see it. Question mark. Little dingle. I may have to switch over to this chopstick though. Because right now the only thing actually holding this in is my hat. I think... Oh no, it might actually be something else. It might actually be my hair. Where did the end go? I think my hat is mostly holding it, though. I was trying to figure out where the end of the sword is. It's like, it's not in my head. I don't feel the sharp point. But apartment? Felt that. There's actually, if you look up the King of Random, you could get started with something like that. And you just hide it. So I'm gonna go to a marketplace nearby and, you know, make stabbies. Nice! Well, I wish you good luck on that, and let me know how it goes when you finally get into it. So, that said, now that I am no longer keeling over from the heat, and you guys are just gonna see it. Ooh, wait a minute. You guys are just gonna see random sword in my hair. All the stabbies, yes. Did blacksmithing as a teen and loved it. Oh, I am jealous of thee. My gosh, that sounds so cool. But I wonder if they could make, like, an energy sword. Your hair is supposed to be in a bun before stabbing the sword in it. Oh. The thing I looked up is like, oh, you just wrap and twist and stab. Oh. That's how I've been doing this entire time. Sometimes I'm able to get it just right, and it'll hold the entire day. Some days it's just, you see random sword in my head. Or random chopstick. I actually used, there it is, I have a flower pen. This is the reason I started doing it. I put this in my hair and forgot about it. And I think I went to, the dumpling place, and I just had a random ass flower in my hair. Hey. And I technically have two of the little chopsticks I showed a little while ago, but I only use one, because I can never get the second one to go in without hurting my head. Let's see, Buddy wants to get into forging, but needs the stuff to do that, but one day I'm hoping we can be business partners. Nice! I want still have the thing made. It's across the room. Nice! That's very cool. Your journeyman piece. I think that's what it's called. Hold on. But anyway, I wonder if they would make, an energy sword hairpin. It'd have to be like a dual prong thing though, so I'm not sure how well that would work. It's a wand made from scrap rebar. Nice. Very nice. So, I think the last three things before, I show off the book. Because again, that's one of the hardcovers. I have another hardcover that I've made, that I've ordered that has a dust jacket, but it hasn't come in yet. Which really sucks. It hasn't even shipped yet. It makes me sad. But anyway, so these are the 3 autographs that I got. The first one is Nicholas Roy. No idea if that's how the last name is pronounced, but meh. Nicholas Roy, who is the voice for me. I know him as the voice actor of the pilot from Halo Infinite. I did not finish any of this art until the night before the convention. So when we got down to Atlanta on Wednesday, which we go a day early and we leave a day after to avoid traffic, to avoid traffic and exhaustion, to be honest. But when I showed him this, the first thing he said was, "Oh my gosh, this is the cutest thing I have seen made of him." So the voice actor for the pilot from Halo Infinite. And he's like, "Do you want a quote?" I'm like, "What is your favorite quote from the game?" The quote is, "There's nothing left for us here. I don't even know where here is." And it really fits the picture. Because the pilot is running away. But yeah, that's Nicholas Roy. He really liked the picture. The next one is Emmy Lowe, who voices Mau Mau from Apothecary Diaries, which is the main character. Emmy Lowe also said that the picture I made was adorable. Bloop. It's one of those, I still feel terrible because the eyes are a little messed up, but hey, she liked it when she signed it, so woo! I'll take it. Then the last autograph I got this time, let's see, could probably be a voice actor if I wanted. It's, you just gotta start. It's one of those, you just gotta start. And then if you want to, you can apply to like jobs and such. That's another thing. I have a wide variety of things I either A, want to do or have done, and wouldn't mind getting paid for it. Like when you hear Grekine pop on, that's me. Which reminds me, I also need to do more Grekine voices. But the last one I got, the voice actor for Sergeant Forge, Romeo, which Sergeant Forge is from Halo Wars 1. Romeo from Halo 3 ODST.
Repulse, topical comedy. Apply directly to the ego. Apply.
That's Jim Mathers.
Oh, my ego, it burns. Topical comedy is making me think.
That's Jim Mathers, aka Pumpkin Guy. Or Ill Will Press. He'll raid every now and again. And so will, wife, partner, I don't know anymore. But Dawn of Time. But I found out, so, like I said, Sergeant Forge from Halo Wars 1, Romeo from Halo 3 ODST, and then when I looked further, I found out he was Smokescreen from Transformers Prime. So I drew the little, I drew heads for Sergeant Forge and Romeo, and then after I found out about Smokescreen, I drew a little chibi Smokescreen. Again, I didn't have my color pencil, so I couldn't color anything in. But he's like, "Oh my gosh, that's cute." So the voice actor for these guys is Nolan North. You might know him from something else. If I remember correctly, Nolan North is also Nathan Drake from the Uncharted series. I was amazed that I could get to the front of his line as fast as I did. And I didn't even have to stand that long, although he was about an hour late. I say I didn't have to stand that long. It's because he was an hour late. I've stood in line for an autograph for 2 hours before. I'm built slightly different. Anyway, I may need to actually redo. Okay, there's the end. Finally found it. Like ye. And so the last autograph I got was Nolan North. Oh yeah, that's right, he's also the ghost from Destiny. Pardon me as I just look at Halo stuff in Apothecary Diaries now. But yeah, he found this cute, and he and I actually talked. He gave me a little sneak peek behind the scenes thing, specifically about Romeo. So apparently people attempted to get him canceled over this. And he's like, he's the one that talked about it. I had no idea, no prompting on this. He's like, yeah, when people are trying to cancel him, he's like, y'all can just kind of screw off. Because when he recorded the lines for Romeo at the time was white. If any one of y'all have not played Halo 3 ODST, which, hell, if you have, actually, have I played that on stream? I need to play that on stream. I swear I played it on stream before. Hi, Havey! Anyway, I'm talking about Nolan North right now. Which, where'd it go? Yeah. It's specifically when he recorded lines for Romeo. But he's like, when I recorded the lines for Romeo at the time when he did the recordings was white. Romeo in the game, in the finalized production, is black. So people tried to cancel him for that, and he's like, dudes, here's what happened. And keeping in mind, this was an entirely unprompted conversation from Nolan North. And again, the people that I got autographs from, absolute freaking sweethearts. Nicholas was a peach. If I could have given him a hug, I would. He just felt cuddly as a human being. Not as cuddly as my husband. He is the definition of safety. But Nicholas was just... He was very happy. He's a very happy individual. And a very, very kind individual as well. It amazed me how much energy both him and Nolan had. Because holy shit. People are just looking for excuses to be hateful. Shake my head. Yeah, with the Romeo thing. But... either way, the three of the dudes that I actually went to meet and get their signatures just absolutely amazing. There's one other signature that I got, but I didn't get it from me. If the streaming one wants to show, oh, I haven't gone to the post office. Oh yeah, that's right, I don't have to post office. I need to go to the post office. But the streaming one, is another streamer. It's V's husband. If he wants to attempt to, like, take a picture of it and show it on stream, he's more than welcome to, which, by the way, the print itself did get damaged a little bit, but I did get a protective sleeve, so there's no additional damage. But, the fourth person I got a signature from, really cool, laid back, just chill as hell. And I was amazed with just how chill this person was. The voice actor for the male Commander Shepard. That's who I got the autograph from. I think it's Mark Murr. Again, just chill as fuck. Again, just really nice. Nice to meet. I'm glad for multiple reasons that I got his autograph. He is also more direct for me, is he is the voice of the main character from The Long Dark. Or the male main character from The Long Dark, which I need to go and finish that game because the last two chapters, I'm pretty sure it's the last two, but chapter 4 and 5 finally came out. Still super sweet that you thought to get us stuff like that. Well, of course. You guys have told me you're sending me some crazy stuff for my birthday. It's only fair that I send you something in return. Which also reminds me, Goldie, I'm still working on it. I didn't see any Doctor Who stuff, like, at all. I think I might have seen one panda there as well. Which was really weird. I also didn't see that much Demon Slayer stuff, because there was a big thing with Demon Slayer Like, there was a bunch of Demon Slayer voice actors. It was really weird. But, meh. There was plenty of, well, there wasn't that much Apothecary Diaries merch. At least none that I really liked enough to get. But, like, there was practically no solo leveling, very little Apothecary, no Doctor Who, and, like, there was way more Transformer stuff there than I expected from anything else. Work on your wreath will begin shortly. Just got the last of the flowers. Yay! It's awesome! I've been talking for 2 hours? Sorry, I just saw the yellow, oh, ads are about to hit again thing. And I'm like, there's no way I've been talking for 2 hours. We'll find out if need more. Okie dokie. Hey, take your time, take your time. But yeah, no, damn, I've been talking for 2 hours. It's too damn funny. Alrighty. I've put it off long enough. I will admit, so we get to talk about my book. You're being feeling, oh, I appreciate that. By the way, it's been 2 hours. Well, 2 out of 8. We got another 6 to go. See, keep telling you that. I appreciate it, but still. So again, this thing's got a watermark on it that goes through the center, so it messes up the cover. But I will say, when I opened the box that these were in, and this is hardcover, very, very nice hardcover. Unfortunately, it's a little bit damaged, but just be aware that there is this giant-ass watermark that goes through the center that's going to mess it up. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reveal the cover for my book, Yusuke, Haven's Last Blade. She's real. There is no denying this fucker is real now. I'm an author, motherfuckers, and I've finally did it. It is finally printed. And again, like I said, the watermark kind of messes up this, but she's real. She's real. She is in my hands. I have physical proof. I have written a book. I have shed blood, sweat, and tears over this thing. A lot of tears, unintentional blood. And a lot of sweating over just, you know, panicking for this thing. Proves this stuff. Lol, that's just Amazon bullshit. Fair. But this is the hardcover. This is the laminate hardcover that will be sold through Amazon. The Amazon will also be selling a paperback, which I'll show you guys in a moment, but there's the spine, and there's the back. I'm gonna open it up again. You guys can see the whole thing. When I opened up the box that this was in, I cried. Because I had been working on this series. I figured it out at MomoCon. I have been working on this series for 21 years. 21 years. For the world that this book is in. The universe is 21 years old. It is old enough to drink, and by golly, it's gonna need it. But she's real. She's in my hands. There's no denying it. And it's just like I was holding this and just rubbing my hand over the cover like constantly. Is this? Hold on. Is this? Yeah, this is the one. Because the oil from my hand is actually corroded the cover already. Which, that's a forensics thing I can talk about later. But like I said, she's real. The formatting, specifically for the hardcover, I like the hardcover formatting much better than the paperback. Just look at that. It's chapter 1. And it smells like a brand new book. And then for the hardcovers, I will probably put my signature on this page. Or if you order a book plate. Hold up, how do we know it's not a hologram? Do I look like I can afford a hologram? Also, ads are about to start, so just a heads up. But I will probably... Oh no. Like I said, I'll probably put the signature on this. I actually need to take care of something real quick, so I'll be right back and then I'll show... Oh man, it didn't play! Ah! Elastima! Bitch, who said you didn't build one? I appreciate the fact that you have that kind of confidence in my skills, but I ain't that good. I can fix a car, and I can't build myself a hologram. Let's see. But yeah, so like I said earlier, I ordered the dust jacket, specifically from Ingram Spark, because they're the only ones that make and distribute the dust jacket, which is, I think, like one of the fancier options you can get for these books. Still requires a budget. So, can we keep blaming the book? Yes, technically. Which, the thing Goldie's talking about is I have unfortunately become, the prophet of Delphi with my book, because a lot of the stuff I have written about in my book over these years, over these last 21 years, has come to fruition But that's kind of one of the things with sci-fi. So this book, for those of you who didn't already know, this is a sci-fi fantasy book. It is not hard sci-fi, mainly because of the fantasy part, but it's sci-fi fantasy. The whole series is or the whole universe, with the exception of some of the spin-offs, is sci-fi fantasy. Borderline grimdark, like think not quite Warhammer 40k, but definitely close. Also, I redid that. And good lord, the budget needed. So yes, technically you can kind of keep blaming the book, but only when I'm like, oh shit, I wrote about this. Speaking of, so here is the paperback. It's got a matte finish, which is one of the things.
You're after mine?
Yes, Grekene?
Did you remember to take your medicine?
Yes, I did.
Go take it if you haven't.
I don't have to take any more
You're
till
after
7.
mine!
What is it, Grekene?
Did you remember to eat today?
Yes, I did, but I probably need to eat more.
If you didn't, go get food.
I had a 3-egg omelet with garlic this morning. I did also cook salmon, but the salmon was no good. I cooked it correctly. It was thoroughly cooked. Just did not taste good. Ah! Alright, who broke the damn... Yusuke, was it you? No, it was Thanos. Speaking of, like I said, the name of the book is Yusuke Haven's Last Blade. The reason Yusuke is spelled this way is because that's how it was spelled when I was watching the closed captions for Yu Yu Hakusho. Yusuke, this is how Yusuke was spelled on the closed caption, so that is how I wrote it, because I love the name Yusuke. Was I supposed to be watching Yu Yu Hakusho as a little... Oh god, this all started in 6th grade. Should I have been watching that show as a 6th grader? Fuck no! Look what it spawned. But yeah, this is the paperback. Again, ignore the watermark. But... it's real. It's real. And one of the things, there's 2 trends that are going on right now when it comes to books. One of them is the cover itself is a matte finish instead of a glossy finish. So this, will be more similar to like what you'll see with the Halo books, for example. It's a matte finish, so you don't get, as you can tell right now, you don't get glare. See, still simple, not expensive, and Disney does it. The Pepper's Ghost effect is just hologram. Pepper's Ghost effect? On the one hand, I see where you're coming from. On the other hand, I do not have those skills. Regardless of how easy you may say it is, I do not have those skills. Nor do I have the ability to make and or get any of said equipment. I wouldn't even know where to start. Anyway, but yes, she's real. So with that said, exclamation mark Kickstarter, now that I've done the official book reveal. Or book cover reveal. Sorry not sorry, I'm just... still amazed. I've got her in my hands. She's real. All of that work. Truly, the series has... This series has officially started. Grekene, I swear, thank you. So that will link directly to the page where the Kickstarter will be. The Kickstarter has not officially launched yet. Right now, you can just save it and be reminded and notified when it does officially launch. The official launch will be, I plan on it being June 1st or June 2nd. The reason I say or is because Kickstarter likes to be finicky, as I found out. Dude, it's not a hologram. But yeah, so go to that link. Please say, it's one of those, I guess you could say, save the joy and awe is very real. Gosh, I'm trying not to cry again, but at the same time, it's happy tears. I opened to chapter 7. Uh... One of the most controversial. Well, between Chapter 7 and Chapter 4, those are probably going to be the most controversial scenes. Hold on a minute. Chapter 5. Okay, Chapter 4, that's Shift, and Chapter 3 is New Home, New Mind. But anyway. It's a budget hologram, silly actual hologram. Anyway there, Grim. So one of the things, and I need to actually talk about this. So with the Kickstarter, this is going to be the only way, with the exception of being a beta reader. Next book is when I'll be needing beta readers. Which is another reason I've mentioned it at the beginning of the stream and I'll mention it again, my streaming schedule is going to change. Monday, Tuesday, and it's not going to be my normal, like, 5 to whenever. It's going to start probably around 1 o'clock every day. And I will do write-ins on Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday I take off, Sunday I take off, and then Thursday is going to be dedicated to animation, because I still need to get animations done. Friday will be dedicated to games, because I still want to play games, and then Saturday is whatever you guys decide it to be. That is going to be my new, I'm with V on this one there, Grim. Enough. Jeez. Jiminy Cricket. Alright, be careful there, Grim. Don't go overboard. But, anywho, the only way to get a signed copy of the paperback, the hardback, either version of the hardback, is going to be through the Kickstarter. For the present time, that is going to be the only way to get a signed copy of this. Speaking of, signed copies won't happen unless the Kickstarter hits that 1,300. So the first goal to fund this is 1,300. Why is it 1,300? Because that recoups one thing that I have spent on getting this book done. That and Kickstarter is giving me a $300 fee. So really, 1,000 of that goes to me, 300 goes to Kickstarter. That is why it's a weird 1,300. So, but hopefully, I am hoping that is funded quickly. Yeah, I know. But I'm hoping it's funded quickly. Because the quicker it's funded, the more attention I'll get on Kickstarter. The more attention I get on Kickstarter, the more the stretch goals will be hit. Because there's going to be quite a few stretch goals. Belle says, oh, cookies, say hi for me. Tell Elizabeth I say hi back again. But I have quite a few stretch goals. Thanks to something that happened at MomoCon, my sister Tea Leaf has a friend that went with us to MomoCon. I'm not going to say what the name is, because I'm pretty sure she doesn't want it being said. But said person is actually a relatively popular has-been hotel fan artist. I've now seen her work. Holy crap. But one of the stretch goals is to get character art for Yusuke, Uniraptormon, Toby, and Grunta. I have already worked out all the pricing, including buying the rights to the artwork. I have worked out all of that already. But one of the stretch goals I have added because I was able to talk to this person, will be character art, basically like posters. Not sure what size posters yet. Sticker Mule is now making posters, so I'm gonna go with whatever they have. Speaking of, I'm gonna be ordering sticker packs from them soon, question mark. How long before that particular deal goes away? Okay, I'm gonna have to order that today. I had to check. But, you know, I need to order one more set of stickers from them for Toby specifically. Now, I've shown you guys the stickers that are going to be available for the whole thing. But anyway. Hopefully hopefully we'll get to the point where I can actually order the character art, because that's going to cost total, both for the art itself and the rights to reproduce it as I see fit. Basically, to sell it as merch is going to cost about $1,000. Why is it so expensive? Because I refuse to let this artist undercharge herself. I refuse. She's like, oh, I'll do the character art for $50. I looked her square in the eyes and went, no. You are worth more than that. I am not letting you do this. So we talked price, and then when I mentioned the rights, she's like, okay. And basically, we understood, okay, this is a serious conversation. This is practically a contract. Let's not mince words. So yeah, like I said, it's going to cost about $1,000 to do all four. If that stretch goal does get unlocked, it will be all four, and they'll essentially be add-ons that you guys can get. If we get to the stretch goals, I will create a tier called Unlocked Everything. The reason it's not on there right now is because nothing is unlocked. So yeah. Sorry, I still have my book in my hands. I don't want to let it go again. Gosh, and again, the formatting in the paperback, there's only one thing I'm not the biggest fan of, but if it were altered anymore, it would actually hurt the formatting as is. So at least in terms of like clear, not even clear lines, it's just the header is a little closer to the body of text than I like, which is why I like the hardcover better. I don't say this because the hardcover is more expensive, I say this because I literally like it better. I guess am a clips later. You are a bronze. Oh, that must be something new they introduced, because that hasn't been around before. But yeah, if apparently you guys can now get a special little badge if you clip stuff on my channel. Okay, there's bits, there's subscriptions. Okay, yeah, that is new. Clips. I wonder, is it views of the clips, or is it how many clips you got? I wonder. I might have to go through that, but yeah, the clips thing is brand new. Huh. Cool. But anywho, so yeah. So I'm gonna be streaming 5 days a week, starting next week, until the book is officially launched. So everything this is what's called a proof copy, by the way. Everything is set up. As you guys can see, the cover is good. The formatting is finished and good, and just... Pardon me, hold on. I opened up to chapter 12 this time. I'm gonna have to set it down, because if I don't, I'm not gonna put it down. Gets the duct tape and coffee. But that'll be for the next 2 months, is gonna be that new streaming schedule. Will I continue it after July 31st, because that's when the official publication date is gonna be? Probably not. I'm gonna have to do this for 2 months straight. I plan to do this for 2 months straight. Notwithstanding, like, me getting sick and all that jazz. But it's mostly so that I'm going to be advertising and spamming the fuck out of the Kickstarter, because I want to get it funded. I want to do all of the stretch goals that I have planned, one of which, keeping in mind, the one that's at the very top is the most expensive, and I've yammered about this before, is a professional audiobook. There is going to be a stretch goal before that for the author-produced audiobook. I will read my entire novel. I will do it one chapter at a time, and I will probably post it on... There'll be two places that I'll post it. One is YouTube, the other is a green streaming site. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying what it is. I shouldn't. But... if you want to know, you'll ask me in, like, DMs or whispers or something. But anywho. Like I said, one of the earlier stretch goals will be for me to read the entire 20-chapter novel. Speaking of, that's something I haven't shown off yet. The thickness of this book. She ain't a skinny bitch. The girl is thick like me. Once again, I have my book in my hands. But again, this is the thickness for the paperback. And with the signature, this one doesn't have like a special page, so it will be on the title page. And then the thickness for the laminate hardcover is what this is, because it doesn't have a dust jacket. This is called a laminate hardcover. Again, this one is also matte, is not glossy. As you can tell, it doesn't have the sheen that glossy covers have. For this one, the signature will either be on this page, or it will be on the title page. I'm not sure which one I'm going to do yet. Since these are proof copies, I will be practicing. I will be practicing on these. And if you're curious, it's like, how in the world could you possibly practice on these? I ordered more than one. I've checked both of the paperbacks, which I'm going to be doing again anyway. But I've checked both the paperbacks, and I've checked 2 of the hardcovers. You guys probably can't see this on my camera, but all of these books, unfortunately, are damaged, with the exception of this one. And that's only on the spot. Never mind. Never mind. This one's damaged too. I'm just looking at it from the spines. Ow! Really? Yeah, unfortunately, all of these are damaged. It's not horrendously bad, but they are damaged. So this is going to be one of those, be aware. For the signed copies, they aren't going to be coming from Amazon. They're going to be coming directly from me. So I've got to order some shipping stuff. Gummy Goo, you are in charge of looking after my books. If something happens, you're going to get popped like you did in the show. I swear. Anyone who hasn't watched The Amazing Digital Circus, I highly recommend it, especially episode 2. Pretty sure it's episode... Yeah, it is episode 2. Yeah, episode 2 is a hoot. And in 6 months. 6 months?! 6? Just 2! Which also, speaking of, and I mentioned my streaming schedule earlier, I am taking all of August off. I promised my husband that I would, so I'm going to. Also because I'm going to be exhausted as fuck. But yeah. So like I said, I'll be practicing with that. I'm going to be, the way I've got it is I'll be ordering off what's called author copies from Amazon. They will be shipped here to me. I will sign them. There are 2 versions of signing. You can either get a normal sign one, which is just going to be my signature, or you can get a personalized signature, which I'll write like a little message and then do my signature. I may alter, at least for the hardcover, because it has plenty of room and it has those 2 pages. I may, if you get a personalized message one, I'll put the personalized message on like that big page and then do the signature on the title page. That might be how I do it. Okay, yeah, you got a good point there, because I will be ordering everything in August. Well, no. As soon as the Kickstarter gets funded, that is when I will order the books. I'll probably... I'll order one round of books. However many are sold at that point, that is how many I will order. Actually, no, I can't order as soon as it gets funded. I have to wait until the book is live before I can get author copies. Which author copies like these, like I said, are proof copies. Well, I'm proud of you, but oof. Gonna need a month or two to chill. August is the month of chill. Because I don't know how long the shipping's gonna take. Because they've got to print everything, and then they gotta ship it. With that being the other thing, if you just want the book, order it from Amazon. The way things are gonna be set up is because of KDP, I think it's KDP Select, which is for ebooks, I have to make the book exclusive to Amazon for 3 months. So with the exception of the dust jacket, the book will be exclusive to Amazon for 3 months because of the KDP Select thing. Which is ebook. I need to figure out how to send you guys the ebook. Just FYI. I have the EPUB file. I'm pretty damn sure it's the EPUB file, because if it's not, I'm fucked. But anyway. But yeah. So I'll be figuring this out as we go, but ultimately the book is done. I just want to recoup costs. That's the entire reason. Well, recoup costs, get costs, or have funding for the next book, or at least some funding for the next book, and then producing a trying to fund a professional audiobook. That's the point of the Kickstarter. Primarily, it is to recoup costs. Because the royalty rates suck. I'm going into this now that I've seen the royalty rates. I'm going into this realizing how bad it's gonna be. But with all of that said, I think that is everything for now. Unless you guys want me to go over the Kickstarter real quick. Did I put a cooldown on the Kickstarter? Hold on, let me check that real quick. Did I put a cooldown on Kickstarter? Because if I did, that's a mistake. Okay, it does not have a cooldown on my end. It should be okay. So, like I said, unless you guys want me to go over the Kickstarter real quick, let's hop on over to animation for the next 5.5 hours, give or take a few minutes. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. Today, tomorrow, and Saturday will be 8-hour streams, because that's going to be the 8-hour weekend. If I get sick before Saturday, though, I will move it to next Saturday. Like, the 8-hour, I'll move it to next Saturday if I get sick. Which they're giving MomoCon, and I haven't got the con crud yet. There's still a potential it's just incubating until the most inopportune moment it could possibly take. Because boy howdy do things just happen that way. But yeah, if the con crud finally decides to hit and I get sick on Saturday, I'll move it to the next appropriate day. Please do not get sick. I don't want to get sick. But the same thing for tomorrow as well. Obviously, I'm okay today, for now. I'd like to stay okay today. But if something happens, I'm just gonna move it to the next appropriate day, and that's just gonna be how I work it out. I have plans! And at the very least, for streaming next month and July, I am taking Sundays off, and I am taking Wednesdays off. So yeah. With that said, let's pobble on over. It worked! It finally worked! I made that stinger transition! It what's called a singer transition. You know the cool little things that shift between, like, help me shift between scenes? I made that. I did follow a tutorial, but hey, you gotta learn it somehow. But yeah, I'm so happy it actually worked. Ah. Yeah, and that's got the book cover logo, which, speaking of, and it's something I can talk about, I guess, well, I should probably get started on drawing. But one of the things I can yammer about is branding overall just for me. I have gone kind of into a, not quite like an art house thing per se, but I need to see where I'm even at with this. Let's do more than once, do 3 times. Then I need to do 0.1 second delays for right now. I think this one needs to get copied. No. This frame needs to be, heck, fucking gummit. Okay, fine. So this one. Okay, I've gotta figure that out. Hold on. But basically, anyway, the branding for me overall is going to be card suit theme, which is also additionally hilarious because I've noticed more and more I'm kind of moving toward like an Alice in Wonderland theme just overall, specifically the Queen of Hearts. Because I also, my plan, I don't know if I'm going to get done by next year, but maybe the year after that. I want to cosplay as the Queen of Hearts from the animated Disney version of Alice in Wonderland. I have the thickness in more places than one, but I want to cosplay as the Queen of Hearts. And something I've noticed, like I said, over time is more and more I realize she has had a much more significant effect on me. Growing up, way more significant effect than I ever realized that she would had. Yeah, like with my branding, everything started out at, I just realized I didn't do that. Hold on. Turn down the music smidge. In the words of Patchy, lol. Wait, what? Oh. Hold on, let me move things around so I can see all I need to do. But I need to turn down my headphones. Hold on. Also, I either need to fix these or get a new set because my ear muffs are coming off. Yes, cake. Okay, yes. I have the appropriate cake to pull off the Queen of Hearts from, again, the animated Disney version. But yeah, it's like my theming, it started off with a spade. Just random one day I wanted a spade wooden necklace. And that was the very first Christmas gift my husband gave to me back when we were first dating. Because I'm like, oh, I want a spade wooden necklace. And he made the wooden spade. He had to have someone else like do the necklace part, so that way it was done proper. But he made, by hand, a wooden spade. To this day, I have gone through 4 chain? I've gone through chain. I think I've gone through chain. No, I haven't gone through chain. I've gone through 4 cords for that necklace. I still have that wood. It is rubbed on one side. Because it's also a worry stone. But I have almost just about every day, especially like if I go out or usually on stream. No, I'm not wearing it right now. I'll probably grab it during one of the breaks, not gonna lie. But it's where, at least that particular thing, that's where it all started. That's also when you see my logo, it's a hat with a spade underneath. So like my camera shape, it's my hat with a spade underneath it, and the spade is from the necklace. I just realized I cannot draw and talk at the same time. I have to concentrate on one or the other right now. Frick. Excuse me. But just the Queen, like I also have, going back to the Queen of Hearts, I have a cookie jar that is the Queen of Hearts, but instead of putting cookies in it, I put spices in it, dried spices. Because if I put cookies in it, the cookies will mold, and I don't want that to happen, so I put my dried spices in there. I can also be as boisterous, and I can pull off the Queen of Hearts. Not a perfect, like, imitation of her voice, but I can get the tone of it. But anyway, to the branding thing is, I started with the spade. The spade is like my streaming stuff and my video stuff. The club is all my book stuff. And the club has multiple meanings to it. One, it does fit the card suit theme. Two, it fits the character, the universe, the IP is named after, which is Uniraptormon. The Universe. Yes, it is a pun. Yes, it's a terrible pun, but I fucking love it, so it's staying. Not apologizing for the aggressiveness on that. But that also plays into it as well, because I'm beating people over the head with the fact that, yo, look, I made all this! I have a book! I have a book! Oh, it is right here. You know what? I'm probably never going to get over that. The book. I love puns. I have quite a few puns in my book, including character names. You'll find that out once you read the book. When you read the book, and if you speak a certain language, you will quickly find out what the pun is. But yeah, so those are two. So it's like, okay, what are the heart and the diamond gonna be? And this is something I've been thinking about for a while, since I realized, okay, I got a full suit. So the heart is my charity work. Right now, it's just stack up. Eventually, I might add more charities, like St. Jude's would be one I would very much be willing to raise money for. There's another charity I found out during one of the sewing classes or sewing workshops that I did. I need to do more research on it first, though, before I talk about it. And then, so that's, the heart would be charity work. Just plain and simple. Just, in a way, it's showing love for the subject matter. And then the diamond, well, diamonds are always associated with money. So diamonds represents the merch, which you can get merch from a variety of places. I have my food fauna stuff. I have random ass. In all honesty, I kind of have random ass shit. Just, oh, I like this design. I'm a
Stickers!
There it is.
You know, got stickers. You know who's got stickers? You know. Ha! That's great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Dude, put your link in chat. So this way I can click you later.
One of these days, I need to edit that.
You know, Raptormon's got stickers. Stickers! I love stickers.
But yes, there will be merch that you can only get through the Kickstarter, which is going to be the glitter sticker for the Universe. Yusuke and Yuno are going to be normal die-cut stickers. I think Toby's also going to be a normal die-cut sticker. But the other one, which is Grunna is a holographic sticker. This Kickstarter will be the only way you can get those actually 5 things, because it's 4 characters in the logo. I will probably put the normal logo somewhere amongst those stores. More likely it's going to be the Universe store. With the Universe, that one is going to be more book-related merch, both current book and future book. Right now it's got a lot of future book on there. And I think it also has my new Spade logo, which over time I will be shifting more things to that Spade logo, which is, obviously it's a spade shape, but it has Uniraptormon's eye in it. And it also kind of invokes a keyhole shape. Kingdom Hearts. Which another way, and I'm going to be rambling all over the place, which actually, once again, that ties back into the book. Because the book is kind of Jak and Daxter mixed with Halo and with Avatar, The Last Airbender, thrown in for good measure, and then lightly spritzed with Kingdom Hearts. If I were to use stuff that's already established to describe the Universe, that would be it. Oh, bless. But yeah, so that be what it be. And again, pretty much everything that you would get in the stores, any money I make from it, which FYI is not a lot, the royalties suck there too. That's all gonna go into the book, or it's gonna go into the stream. I haven't had to buy anything for the stream in a while. If I do buy something, it's going to be to replace something, i.e. like my headphones. I do have wireless headphones. They don't work with Discord, which is a problem. So that means I need to get another wired one to replace these. Eventually. You know, see, yeah, I get it. Well, I mean, every established IP was someone's OC. Think about it. Every established IP, Halo, Jak and Daxter, like I mentioned, Ben 10, because I know there's at least one heifer in chat that's gonna get this one. Every single character in existence that is copyrighted or is a part of established IP, which is intellectual property, every single one of them was someone's OC. Every single one of them was someone's original character. So yeah. Just remember that. Don't, if you're like, oh, my OC is so cringe. Yeah, sure, it probably is. But that's beside the point. Dadgum Sparkle Dogs. If you know, you know. Weirdly enough, I don't think I ever made a Sparkle Dog. No, I made bugs. I made the Hydra heads. I made Uniraptormon and then the Hydra heads. Those were my Sparkle Dogs. Which also explains some of the absolute insane shit. They all start out cringe, yes, and then you develop them into full-blown characters, and suddenly they have taken control of your life and you don't know what to do with them. So then you write a book, and then they leave you alone until they no longer leave you alone because they want a sequel. Yeah. My OC, dang it, a lover, felt up. My OC, do not cringe. Do not cringe, do not steal. Oh. But yeah, I'm still just yammering. I haven't even touched the art yet. No, I've added a frame. I've added at least one frame. And I am hungry. What am I gonna do? Hold on a minute, I'm gonna pour myself some trail mix. I actually still have some trail mix on my desk. One moment. Went to Buc-ee's. Which, by the way, Buc-ee's has some milk chocolate almonds with no sugar added. Very nice. I look back on my first OC and cringe hard. Believe me, I understand that. Speaking of OCs, looks at art. Okay, hold on. This is not an OC, this is a self-insert. There's a difference. Which, FYI, when you meet me IRL, whenever you guys do meet me IRL, see, and some even start out as self-inserts. Exactly. I mean, look at Bella from Twilight. That's a self-insert. Oh. Anyway, and I had trail mix. Yeah, they've got no sugar added, milk, chocolate, covered almonds, which are actually really good. I just finished it off today. Before stream. What? What? What you didn't know me for? Not a good example. What? Bella? From Twilight? Is she not a self-insert? Or would she be... Let's not look at Bella. Then again, I guess she's more of like the Reader X, whatever character fictions. That's a good point. Dante from Dante's Inferno. That's a very good point. Because that was biblical fan fiction. And again, so is Paradise Lost. Twilight's just bad. Give him a good character to look at. So, okay, we can actually use that to better define a self-insert. So, there's... And I will admit I've read quite a few of these just because I like the character and I'm like, ooh, how are they gonna write this? Always ends in smut, just FYI. I don't think I've read a single one that doesn't end in some kind of smut. Or lemons, as the fanfiction community used to call it. We need to bring that term back, FYI. Fanfiction lemons. Yes, he did, Virgil. Name of said philosopher was Virgil. Oh. But, so... Lemons and lime, yes! Lemons is a hardcore, kind of hardcore smut. Lime is a light dusting and implied, fun times. Yeah, we need to, those terms absolutely need to be brought back, 100%. 100%. Anyway, so I guess in that way, the insert yourself fix, which is generally reader X whatever character the fiction is about. It's generally a one-shot. Which one-shot is just like a single chapter. It's a short story. But Twilight is essentially Reader X book. It is equivalent of a Reader X character. Dante's Inferno is a self-insert story. It's a self-insert fanfiction. But it is inserting the author. 50 Shades was fanfic and it was not that great. Like the book, it was fanning over. Yeah, here's the thing, when 50 Shades of Grey, that whole series came out, one, it's a fan fiction of Twilight. That, when it came out, that was a fan fiction of Twilight. I think it was Stephanie Meyer who wrote Twilight. She's like, okay, go for it. She didn't deal with it. 50 Shades also, after it came out, like the series came out, people stopped insulting Twilight. The Twilight series. And the 50 Shades of Grey became the new Twilight. Horrific lacking of understanding. Yes, 100%. 100%. A horrendously, terrifyingly stereotyping view of BDSM. Which, I will say, of all the subject matter, that is not something I get into. At least in the first series. Okay, first trilogy. Right? Hold on. I'm having to think of locations. Hold the phone. The Siren's Brothel is Siren's Brothel. Technically not in the first book. That's not BDSM. There's one scene that could potentially be mistaken for it, but it is very much not it. Second book. So, okay, hold on. No, that's not BDSM. That is not BDSM. That's just someone that's gotten captured and tied up. FYI, BDSM is a consensual thing. If you think it's not, you're not thinking of BDSM. I've had to do a lot of research because of Siren's Brothel. Don't get me started. Holding cell phone. What do you want me to do with it? Ah! All right, Amelia Bedelia. I realize I am not doing anything other than talking right now. I'm sorry, guys. Also mainly because I'm eating. You know what? Since I am eating and not actually doing any art right now, let's come back here. Don't want y'all staring at a screen that ain't doing anything. I'm numbing on trail mix from Bucky's. Which... this place is not bad. The restrooms are always clean. The food, the hot food that needs to be hot is always hot. Cold food that needs to be cold is always cold. And they have snacks. Nicely sized, and they're, in my opinion, fairly priced, but I only know what they're like here in Alabama. Very good gas station. It's essentially a gas station mixed with a Walmart. It's quite an experience. But the big thing is clean bathroom. Very clean and plenty. Very clean and plenty of bathroom. Like, obviously it puts other gas stations to shame. But anyway. But yeah, I've had to do a lot of research on BDSM because of certain areas in the book, which is the reason I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. But yeah, that doesn't happen in the second book. Does not happen in the third book, no. But yeah, the first trilogy, it does not happen. And I say trilogy because this is one planet. McDonald's bathroom cleaning flashbacks. Felt that. Felt that. I am the only, that reminds me, I am the only person at the Hartzell McDonald's that ever got out of cleaning duty for the bathroom. I am the only one. And that is because I worked front register. Thank God for the people that came into the lobby. But anyway, so yeah. The first 3 books of the Haven trilogy. I can confidently say there is no BDSM. Entire job there was cleaning. I'm so sorry, V. Oh my gosh. No wonder you're having flashbacks. Yay. But, man, I keep forgetting I love raisins. Cleaning something like that you cannot do super fast. Because you need to be meticulous, otherwise you're gonna miss something. But everything is timed when it came to McDonald's. And sometimes they would not cheat. Cheat is not the right word. The big thing was... Sorry, this trail mix is actually really good. Got peanuts, raisins, M&Ms, almonds, and cashews in it. It's genuinely... I haven't had any cashews yet. Plenty of peanuts, though. And plenty of raisins. I actually like raisins. Oh. Also, sorry, I'm kind of doing that stereotype e-girl thing. Oh, shit. I said it! Oh, no! I said it too close together. Something I notice they do a lot when they do their streams is they eat the entire time. I'm doing this because I'm actually hungry. And because I don't want my blood sugar to drop. And me pass out. Y'all don't deserve to have to go through that particular traumatic experience. Public bathrooms are regularly used destroyed by homeless to be cleaned in 40 minutes. 40 minutes? Oh, jeez. Oh. That's horrendous. Yikes. But, bless your soul, Irby. Bloody hell, what was I talking about? 2 days. Shit, me fucking cricket. I can only imagine. Oh. I bet. Jeez. Were they open 24/7? They needed it. I would not be surprised in the slightest. I would not at all be surprised by that. But I was talking about book places. Add in 3 minutes. So yeah, not the first trilogy. Doesn't happen in the second, which is Planet Forerunner. I'm pretty sure you can guess what the parody there is. Does it happen? Planet Yi might get close to it. Depending on how people view that one scene, which has to be entirely... Oh, god. Oh. See, it was by a college, so probably... Yeah, I believe that. The all-nighters and munchies. But, well, depending on where you are, munchies. Trying to think. But yeah, so the way I'm gonna, by the way, just the way I'm gonna end up grouping the books, because I have to say books with a plural, because this first manuscript turned into a minimum of 3 books. I really hope it's still 3. I don't want to write a 4th, because the 4th means I actually have to figure out another title. I'm already running out. Behaving. But each, I guess you could say set, or arcs. Arcs is a better word. Each arc is a different planet, which is kind of where the Kingdom Hearts thing comes in. So the first planet is Haven. Second one is Forerunner. Third is a planet called Planet Yi. That one is very Kingdom Hearts parody, mixed with kind of anime tropes of, you have teams running around dealing with these critters, like various critters. Manuscript 4, the original manuscript was going to be a place called Planet Gang. However, one, looking at all the other books I'm trying to write, or other manuscripts I'm trying to get done, and 2, given its theming and placement, I'm probably going to remove Planet Gang just pretty much in its entirety. I don't know if I will keep it a part of the universe. I very well may just be like, oh, this planet got hit by the Draguna, which you'll learn more about in the book. So, That's where that one is. So the next one will be dealing with the Realmers, which may not be multiple books. That one may just be one. Because Realmers technically don't... They do and don't have a home world. I haven't finished fleshing them out yet. We're getting there. The next one... So still keeping it as Gang is 4, 5 is Realmers, 6. The 6th one will be Christmas themed. And then the 7th arc will be the final one. And then it will shift from Yusuke to Harley. The main character for the first series will shift to 2nd series protagonist, or main protagonist, which is Harley. The final book for Yusuke will tie in almost like a marbled cheesecake, or marbled cake. That is how those series are going to tie in. They are inseparable. And then the 2nd series, those manuscripts aren't nearly as big. Somehow not nearly as big. So... I can probably say books for them. Maybe not the first book of the series, but definitely 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, and 4. Definitely. I cannot believe I have been talking for 3 hours straight. So everyone that's on this side of the ads, hi, how you doing? What you been up to? Pardon me as I just keep this sword in my hair. I may switch over to art, I'm not sure yet. I know I've been mostly doing just chatting right now. And eating. Oh, I finally got a cashew! Not very many in here. Cashews are really tasty with M&Ms and raisins. Pardon me as I eat. I needed it. But I'll talk more about the book after the break. And I'm still happy that the stinger transition is actually working. That I'm very happy about that. Did not go as planned. Did not go as planned. Let's see. How close are we, by the way, to the next follower goal? Anyone know? Subscribers, we're, according to Twitch, it's 7 out of 25. So that's not 13. 13, 18. 18 away. Followers, I think we're 50 some odd away? Question mark? No. 55? 56? Well, around that number. And then bits are bits. Bits, if I remember correctly, they just carry over to the next thing. I just have to remember to keep renewing it. Oh. One thing I keep forgetting about is the community challenge. Again, for those of you who are on this side of the ads, any suggestions on a community challenge outside of a 12-hour stream? Think of, how close are you guys for a 12-hour stream this time? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. You buggers are a lot closer than I thought. Oh, shit. Oh. Well. There's a potential you guys could get a 12-hour stream out of me next month. It's up to you, though. You have all of today, tomorrow, and Saturday to pull it off, though. That is terrifying. Note to self, I need to keep my trap shut. I got too curious for my own good, I needed to know. So I can mentally prepare for the fact that I got a planet next month. Speaking of, am I going to be streaming on my birthday? Ah! Yes. I'm going to be streaming on my birthday next month. Let's fucking go. Who here wants me to do the same thing Zombie did and called a birthday-a-thon thing? I could probably get away with doing uncapped for once. And then I end up being totally horribly wrong. But anyway, I was talking about books before the break. I was yammering about business stuff during the break, so you didn't miss much. I'm still munching on trail mix. Anywho. So, second series has at least 5 books. I think only 2, or it's only 2 of them that haven't been drafted? One moment. I actually have a program called Sticky Notes. In it, I can have these same notes on all of my computers. I have a book note for all of the NaNoWriMo books. For all of the books that I can do NaNoWriMo with. Let's do this, this, and then this, so I can actually look. So, okay. So the second series, 4, 5, and 6 have not been drafted. 1, 2, and 3 have been drafted. But I think 1 is not complete. Like, number 1 is not complete. Let's see, what are the other NaNoWriMo choices? I had the Origin of Uniraptormon. I have it outlined, and I have a good chunk written for the Origin of Uniraptormon, which is a prequel to the series. Basically, and obviously as the name implies, it's where the character Uniraptormon came from in the lore. And it explains a shit ton about her character. Hoga. But there's the Origin of Uniraptormon. I can do a new draft of Yusuke 2.0, which that book, 2.0, 3, they both have to be, 2 especially. Yusuke 2.0, which is the Planet Forerunner arc, that one has to be rewritten in its entirety. Also because of the fact that it is written in first person. Yeah. FYI, the original Yusuke 1.0 was also written in first person. I kept getting confused, so I rewrote the whole damn thing. First book, by the way, has gone through many rewrites. Do not realize how chunky the stems on these new flowers were until now. Oh no. Oh dearie. They're the, hold on, brain. They're the artificial flowers, question mark? If I am not mistaken. I think we may have talked about it before. I don't remember all of it. I do remember some of it. Brain. Okay. Anyway, book thing. So, NaNoWriMo choices, and this is basically books that either pretty much have either not been drafted or need to be rewritten. So there's the Origin of Uniraptormon, Yusuke 2.0, Yusuke 3.0. The other ones I haven't gotten more than a summary or outline on, because I need to make a final decision on Planet Gang, and I'm very much leaning toward just kicking the whole thing out. Just send you a reef with a bunch of dead flowers! Touché. Touché. 1 needs to be finished, or Harley 1 needs to be finished. 4, 5, 6. Then there's short stories of the universe, which would be a collection of short stories. Basically, like, I'd pick a character, say, Beta the Death Lily. Totally not because I already have a short story for Beta the Death Lily. But, like, short story would be, like, I'd pick a character and do, like, a day in the life of kind of a thing. There's The World the Dark Creators Took 2, which would essentially be an extension of the current manuscript. Basically me doing another 50,000 words on it. Because The World the Dark Creators Took, that's actually a different genre. So the rest of these are going to be different genres, but still in the Uno-verse. So The World the Dark Creators Took is more of a zombie apocalypse, pandemic thing. Considering just modern day genres, those are the two that fit this one mostly. The World the Dark Creators Took entirely focuses around a dark creator invasion. Where basically the premise is a single dark creator. How do I phrase this? It's kind of like Halo Reach. It's a tragedy. You know the end of the story before you read through it, and it's just one of those, how do you get there? One dark creator. To kind of paraphrase, Ratos Vadum from Halo 3. One single dark creator can destroy a species. One. It only takes one. But The World of Dark Creators Took, it's gonna end up being a series because 50,000 words and I ain't even gotten to the proper invasion part yet where people are starting to turn. Right now it's just a zombification infestation that is carried by woolly aphids. FYI, that particular thing, it's a zombie virus thing carried by woolly aphids. I got that idea. Admittedly, that was not my original idea. That was my dad's idea. My dad is a very interesting writer. One of these days, I want to make a comic out of one of his books. His other book called Mr. Freeze. The other book is called Sewer Children. And I keep telling him to type it up. But he does not listen to me because I cannot read his cursive. He has it written in cursive. I need him to type it up because I love my dad. Don't get me wrong. His cursive fucking sucks. Again, don't get me wrong. I love my dad. I very much want to read the story. But I can't read the story if I can't read the writing. So type it up. Come on. At least Mr. Freeze is typed up. But anyway, I want to make a comic like out of both of those stories eventually. Anyway, back to NaNoWriMo. FYI, my dad is a terrifying writer. Mr. Freeze is kind of a environmentalist, but it's a horror environmentalist story. And not the stereotypical environmentalist, like when you hear the word. It's not the stereotypical, like, Greenpeace idiots. It's more like a genuine environmentalist, like people who will actually go out in the field to try and help the environment. People who actually back their words up with action. That kind of environmentalist. Doesn't help that my dad was a farmer when he was a kid. Like, he helped around with a family farm. But anyway. I think in terms of, like, horror and gore, that might be where I not necessarily get my ideas, but get my skill or talent for that particular side of things. And another reason why this is all probably grim. Another reason why this is grimdark. But anyway, back to the NaNoWriMo stuff. So that's The World the Dark Creators Took. One that is pure horror, but is psychological horror, is Wishful Thinking. I've already written one. Wishful Thinking. I absolutely need to rewrite it, but I wrote 50,000 words. I think that was one of my first NaNoWriMo books. It is psychological horror. Heavy inspiration from Silent Hill 2, specifically, in terms of how the psychological horror works. So, like, the monsters, similar to Silent Hill 2, the monsters represent something for all of the characters. So Wishful Thinking 2. Basically, with Wishful Thinking, each one is going to have a new set of characters. And the theming for the world and how it kind of distorts and shifts each one will be different. So I think the first one is, the location is based off of Sloth's Furnace, which is a haunted location here in Alabama. One of these days I would love to take a tour of that place. Probably closer around Halloween, because they usually do the whole, like, urban legend of Sloth's Furnace, in the haunted part of it. If I remember correctly, I think, like, the crew took their, like, not overseer, but essentially that position, and threw him into molten iron and killed him. I vaguely remember that being part of the story. But anyway. But yeah, so the first one, the location is essentially based off of Sloth's Furnace. The second one, I think I said it might be more bee-themed. I'm not sure yet. I have to go back and look at my notes. In lighter, so there's 2, 3, 4, and 5. I do not plan to do any more than 5 on wishful thinking. Period. Because I feel by 5, it will definitely be old. Like, it will feel like an old concept. All of the endings will not be the same. Sometimes a character will survive, sometimes all of them will just die because they don't learn their lesson. You won't know until you get through the book. Again, this is for my horror series, strictly horror, psychological. And again, like I said, heavily inspired by Silent Hill 2. But that's, I fear it may get old, basically. So I don't want to do, I might even remove the 5th book. I might only do 4, hell, I might only do 3. But, like I said, it's Silent Hill, and it kind of has Silence Mon, which anyone that knows the language that those 2 words comes from will immediately know. You'll know. But the land of Silence Mon, which is essentially a pocket dimension that is the afterlife for the universe. I may end up making it just one of a afterlife. Basically kind of going on to the characters have to earn their either reincarnation or earn their survival by learning whatever lesson they need to learn. I think so that's wishful thinking, the series. Like I said, I've already written the first one. I need to rewrite it and make it way better. Way better. Because when I had a couple people read it and criticize it, they're like, at one point, one of them was like, they're solving the puzzles too easily, they're doing this, that, and the other. Oh. That's my normal prep time. But yeah. Anyway, that's horror novel aside. For lighter themed novels, I've got... Apparently I'm gonna be throwing hands! Jeez! One moment! I normally have my ringer theme ringtone. Lord of mercy. I usually have my ringtone on just in case my family needs to get a hold of me. So that way it's like, okay, this ringtone, boom. Fucking swear. But I want to turn it back on. But I usually have it on just in case my family needs to call me for any reason. Because like I always say, family comes first. But, anyway, where was I? On a lighter note, there is a book that I wrote during NaNoWriMo called The 9 Levels of Christmas. It is basically, takes D&D alignments, it makes Christmas stories, like a bunch of short story Christmas themed stories. Or short Christmas stories, there we go. And they're all told by a character called Gardu, who is a retired Santa Claus. And I don't mean just like the mall Santa, I mean like Santa Claus. So in the universe, Santa Claus is an actual being. B, it is an actual role in the universe. Basically whatever species has Christmas, or at least a Christmas equivalent, he will be there. He will deliver there, so to speak. So the 9 Levels of Christmas starts a journal series. So there was this book I read as a kid that it was a bunch of journal entries. I really hope my folks still have that book. I would love to get my hands on it, but I don't know the title because there wasn't one. It was just a bunch of, obviously typed out, it was a bunch of journal entries, and I love the way it was written. But the book that spawns from 9 Levels of Christmas is called Arthur's Adventures, and essentially Gardu's son, Arthur, decides at the end of 9 Levels of Christmas, he decides he wants to bring Christmas cheer to the planet of inheritance. So Arthur's Adventures, I have no idea how many books that's going to be. It's going to be until he explores the entire planet. But Arthur's Adventures is him plus a pair of goofballs exploring the entirety of planet inheritance to A, see if there are other like towns or civilizations on the planet, and B, to, if there are, to bring Christmas cheer, bring the Christmas spirit to them. It is going to be a much light, compared to everything else, it is going to be a very light-hearted series. It could qualify a little bit, probably in the young adult category. Maybe. Considering how lighthearted this particular series would be, it would probably be in like the young adult, high school territory. It will not be dark. I refuse to let it be dark. This will be not necessarily sunshine and rainbows because there will be setbacks. But it's not going to be any of the sci-fi fantasy novels or the apocalypse zombie novel. Or wishful thinking, which is pure horror. Oh my god, jeez. Yeah, it's gonna be I need comfort food in terms of writing. I'm gonna work on Arthur's Adventures. And then there's Beast Tales, which is sci-fi fantasy, but like I have a bunch of different, like, not necessarily short story ideas, but I had some very vivid dreams that were essentially plots for books. And so when I woke up, I wrote down everything I could remember. I had 3 of these. That's what Beast Tales will be. There's always got to be conflict, even in more feel-good fiction. Yeah! And then the last one that I have on my list of NaNoWriMo choices is a romance novel, which is going to be between Dia, who's a character from, or both of these characters are going to be from the second series. It's going to be Dia and Elspeth. That's going to be a romance novel set on inheritance. Probably either after Harley's 4th book or Harley's 5th book, one of the two. But it will be a romance novel. Why are you blinking at me, Goldie? Also, thank you for the lurk earlier. I appreciate it. But why are you blinking at me? I haven't even gotten to the comic books that I want to write. Potential. I'm gonna need to find a different artist. I don't have the style that I need for any of these comic books. But I mean, I only have like 10 comic books planned. 9 of which are the origin of various factions in the novel, i.e. the origin of the Dark Creators, the Hydro Heads, the Dragoona, the Concordant, the Saurians. I think I have one for the Realmers. There's 3 others I can't remember off the top of my head that are universe specific. Joins are blanking! I'm sorry, what do you think? I don't know, tell me! I'm over here talking about all the books I'm trying to write. What's funny is I guarantee you that's not all of them. Guarantee you that's not all the books. I have all of the books, like, Icarus, get below! I have all of the books on my laptop, which I need to back up. But anyway, but yeah. Why are you staring? I have a feeling I have an inkling, but anyway, those are my choices for NaNoWriMo. Oh shit, that's the full username! What? Like I said, I'm gonna have to get an artist, to do the comics, because I don't have the art style I want for them. So that will lead me to just writing it out, which that I can do. There's also the cartoon that I want to do with Ripley the Raptor, as well as, Tutor Octoshygiene, but neither of those is universe related. At least Ripley the Raptor currently is. Uh-oh, Goldie used the full name. Exactly. Also, Icarus, how are you doing? Are you okay? I'm doing better than I was at the beginning of stream, which, by the way, today is an 8-hour stream, tomorrow is an 8-hour stream, and Saturday is an 8-hour stream. So, yeah. But yeah, there's the Ripley the Raptor, which would be, I don't think it would be 3 seasons. I think I have it to just 8 episodes. At this point, I'm not going to be able to I could animate it, but I don't draw Carnotaurus very well. And I have to work really hard on my backgrounds. In addition, I'm going to have to revamp Ripley anyway, but anyway. But yeah, there's Ripley the Raptor cartoon that I want to do, and then there's the Science Sillies, which features Octoshygiene. There's 2 of those. There's the Science Sillies, which is basically teaching chemistry. Like, you play this in a classroom teaching chemistry. Silence phone. But you teach it in a like, you would play this in class to help students hopefully learn chemistry better. Hold on. And then the other is Science Sillies Daily Life, which basically looks at the characters that are in Science Sillies and is a slice of life cartoon. That will only have 3 seasons. I may have already written everything out. Well, maybe not everything, but the majority of things. Let's see. Doing better. Today is day 21 sober, but depression has been kicking my ass this week. Need to go bicycling this weekend to clear my mind. Yay! I know the sobriety thing is really, really difficult. I know it's been really, and you've been through so much shit lately. But yay, 21 days! Come on, let's go! Sorry to hear that depression's kicking your ass. But hey, I hope the bicycling this weekend I hope that works. I very much hope that works. But yeah, dude, 21 days sober. Back at it. You got this. I believe in you. And I fully understand the relapse. Do I get disappointed? Yeah, absolutely. But you're back at it again. To quote the Eddie Murphy movie, Haunted Mansion, from the lady whose head is in a crystal ball. You try, you fail, you try, you fail, but the only true failure is when you stop trying. So, yes, you may relapse, but I guess in this case, get back on that bike. Get back up on that horse. You got this. You can do it. Hell, you just do it 21 whole days. 21 days! That's almost a full month! You can do it. I believe in you. You got this. And again, and I've stated it to you before, if you need to vent, if you need to talk about something, let me know. I will do my best to be in here. Also, what am I getting yelled at? Goldie, one damn book at a time, you fluffy raptor butt. I swear to the bamboo stick and stabbies, you overwork yourself. Ha! What's overworking? I mean, at the very least, I have plenty of things to work on. Although, speaking of stabbies, I have a sword hairpin. Hold on, is that? Aw, there we go. Ah, I got it to face forward. Helps to have at least one thing to look forward to. I have at least 31 manuscripts. Shoot, yeah, I do. I have at least 31 manuscripts. Huh. Yeah, there's Yusuke 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's Harley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, that's 12. That's just manuscripts, by the way. There's that series. There's Dark Creators, which that's probably going to be at least 6 or 7. Shit. That's 6. That's 18. That's just Dark Creator. Wishful Thinking. 1, 2. Because I gotta rewrite that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll put it at 4. I think 5 will be too many. So that's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Dia Elspeth. Beast Tales will probably be more than 1. That's 24, probably 25, 26, 20. Yeah, 31. 31 minimum. Because that's not counting the short story books. Or comics. I may have a slight problem. Ow! Oh, sweetie baby, ducks in a pond. In my defense, most of the stuff I have talked about, I currently have in the rabbit hutch. Specifically with books, I have it in this clear container, which has tape on it, and on that tape is written plot bunnies. So if I get an idea for a book, I write it down on a little thingy that I've made. I pre-made a whole bunch of these things. I will write down the title idea on the thingy, put it in plot bunnies, and leave it in plot bunnies. Looks at the whole, whole with how many things I have on the docket that I've either fully written, which again, oh yeah, Icarus, guess what? Amigo, I said protect the books. Okay, this is not the one that I have nearly stripped the finish of. Let me get that one. That, hold on. Yeah. That would be the better one to muck around with. That one's probably this one. Yep, it's this one. It's bad! It's bad that I know. But... my book! Okay, that one I actually hurt my knuckles on. But my book, the cover, everything is real. What the? What was that? Cool randomness, you're living up to your name. That entirely reset my brain. Hold on. Book! But yeah, the first book, it's official, it's real, it's in my hands. This one specifically is the laminate cover, so this is one of the hardbacks that will probably be available at the beginning. The first goal on Kickstarter is $1,300, and that's because Kickstarter has with the goal that I have chosen initially, Kickstarter has a $300 fee, so yeah. Yes, exclamation mark Kickstarter!
Congratulations on the book. Are you still doing the Kickstarter?
Yes, exclamation mark Kickstarter. That will bring you to the page that the Kickstarter is at. I didn't want to make the Kickstarter available until I had done the official cover reveal. Unfortunately, yes, there's this ugly thing here, but it's because I got it from Amazon, and Amazon doesn't do author copies until the book is live, so I can only get proof copies right now. But yeah, the more people that save the page, also just FYI, the more likely I will get yeeted at least closer to the front page on Kickstarter. And again, the first goal for the Kickstarter is $1,300. 300 of that is the fee for Kickstarter. The 1,000 is for recouping costs. Need a hug that made me say her full name. You ever laugh so hard you crack your back? I just did that 3 times. Ow! But still. Thank you for the biddies, Icarus. But yeah, I'm so super stoked. It's when I opened the package for this, I cried. I cried, and I almost. I was at my mother-in-law's house because these books came in while I was at MomoCon, so I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much rain. Can you get the packages from like the porch so that they don't get wet? So that way these will be dry and they won't be ruined or anything, which was absolutely fantastic because yes, it did rain the entire time we were gone, just about. But I opened this up at my mother-in-law's house and like I said, I cried. I cried because I finally have my book in my hands. She's real and it is undeniable proof that I did it. I did it. But I hugged Ross and wiggled him around, and keeping in mind my mother-in-law is either an inch shorter or about the same height as I am, I hugged her, wiggled her around, and she's like, okay, let's not break the mother-in-law. And my first thought was, oh crap, I've hurt her back. All the hugs to Goldie. All the hugs and add some kisses. Bless. Oh. But yeah, just...
You are awesome, Uno.
I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Sorry. I'm holding the book and my brain just rebooted again. Hold on. This has happened a lot today. But, sorry, sorry, not sorry. I'm just... It's still hard to believe. I did it. Keeping in mind, I am absolutely, dealing with massive imposter syndrome, despite the fact I have this in my hands. But I did it. I got it. And I mean, look at the cover. Yeah, I know there's that ugly line on it. This line will go away during the official copies, but just look.
Someone wants you to compliment them.
Compliment? Who am I complimenting? For once. I'm not gonna complain about it. But just look at it. And it's a matte cover, so if you've seen like the, I guess at this point, older books, the cover will be like, there'll be a shiny streak on it. That's because the cover is glossy. A bunch of the newer books, especially with sci-fi, the covers are matte, which means it won't have that reflection that a glossy one does. She's awesome, but oi. And again, thank you for the biddies there, Icarus. So I gotta compliment Uno the author. After 21 years, I finally did it. Because the universe, from its conception to where it is now, where it is now, has been 21 years. I figured this out during MomoCon. Because the first story I wrote that spawned, that was the seed for the universe, I wrote in 6th grade. It was just 2 pages long, front and back of a sheet of notebook paper. And I believe that was that 2006? Graduated in 10, that's 12. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Hold on. Yes, this book is younger than I am. But yeah, it was, let's see, 12th grade was 2010. That's when it ended. 2010, so 9 to 10, 8 to 9, 7 to 8, 7 to 6. Five to 6. Four to 5. No, that's 7th grade. So that would be 3 to 4. It's either 2003 or 2004. No. It is 2003. Either 2003 or 2004. So 21 to 22 years. Because I think I finished the story in the first year during reading class. Because my 4th grade teacher said I needed to take a reading class because my reading comprehension wasn't good enough back in 4th grade, despite the fact that I was in advanced classes. I guess it was a good thing she did. Yeah, 2003, 2004, that was 6th grade. 22 to 21 years ago. And I mean, it wasn't just for this one book. It was for the whole universe. And there's a lot more books coming. This truly is only book 1. But hey, the universe is old enough to drink. Boy howdy. Considering the things I put these characters through, they're gonna need it. Then again, I think at this point, I don't think any of them, with the exception of one. Oh shit. With the exception of one, they don't live long enough to have to deal with the consequences of said drinking. That is terrifying, and I very fully realize who's in chat. I'm sorry. But that is a terrifying point. Oh gosh. Well, I hope you enjoy the roller coaster that is this first book. I'm gonna open up to a random page. Let's go. Chapter 12 again! Is this one in the middle or in this in the front? This is in the middle of chapter 12. Hold on a minute. I have an idea. Go back here. Also, here's the paperback. And like I said, that's a laminate hardcover. This is the paperback. Both of these will be available on Amazon, but the dust cover, the dust jacket cover, will be only available through Ingham Spark because they're the only ones that print it. I haven't gotten the proof copy for that one yet. Hopefully I will get that one relatively soon. But anyway, I have an idea, and before the idea leaves my brain, I'm actually going to go ahead and make it, especially since I have the books here now. Let's go over to manage rewards. I am going to make another channel point reward real quick. So, let's see, where's the thing? It's down at the bottom, down at the bottom. Alright, so add new custom reward. What is it, Grekene?
You need to drink some water!
Yes, I do. Also, the husbando is home. Also, I still can't believe I've talked for nearly 4 hours. That's half the streaming time of the day. Guess I don't have to worry about whether or not I'd be able to pull off animating for 8 hours after all. Okay, so because I like how things are laid out better in this, they're laid out similar in terms of formatting pages, but I just like the distance better in this one. And again, I don't say it because this is more expensive and I want to recommend this. I recommend it because I just like the formatting of it better. And it's not that it's bad, it's just a single nitpick. It can't be fixed, though, in the print paperback, though. Anyway, I picked this up for a reason. So this book is 276 pages long. It is a thick one. But hardcover is 276. So... Alright, so let's put this, because it will probably kill my voice if I don't. Put that at 1,000. We're gonna do cooldown of... We'll do a cooldown of 30 minutes, just that way I don't have to strain that too much. And it'll just be a cooldown. I won't put a limited number of redemptions on it. I will put a reward icon in this later, but for right now, no. So you guys may need to refresh the page, it's possible, but I now have a new point redeem called Read a Page. So it is now live. You can redeem it now if you would like. But basically you have to pick a number 1 through 276. And whatever number you do, that is the page I will read. You're going to be able to sign any of the books. Yes, so the Kickstarter will be the only way to get signed copies of any of the books. Whether it's hardcover, paperback, dust cover. Did I not include... Hold on. Did I not include a text thing? I don't think I included a text thing. One moment, I gotta fix that. Okay, there we go. Require text. Thank you for that test! I wouldn't have got that. But yeah. What have I missed? From Corina, the pinnacle of panic in Lullable Lady. I will accept the pinnacle of panic. But yeah, but right now the only way you guys are going to be able to get a hold of a signed copy, specifically of this book, is gonna eat.
Can I borrow a book real quick?
Sure. Boop. But, is you'll... Bless a bear, hold on a minute. Brain. Coherent sentence. Okay, the gears are turning way longer than they're supposed to right now. But anyway, yeah, the Kickstarter will be the way you guys can get a signed copy of the first book. Again, the Kickstarter has to reach 1,300 by the end of 60 days in order for all of that to go through. And there's various tiers already signed up and follow. Thank you! But yeah, the more people that do that, what?
Can you refresh the read a page?
I thought I did.
Okay.
You may need to refresh. If y'all want to do the read a page thing, you guys may need to refresh again because I just changed it. Yeah, the more people that sign up for like the hey notify me, thank you. That will help me out in terms of like optics. But there's currently tiers on the right hand side underneath reward. Actually no, it'll be center if you click on the rewards tab.
Reward is on cooldown.
Oh yeah, because it's a 30-minute cooldown. Hold on. Hold on, let me... We will fix this! One moment! I may drop the cooldown in the end. So let me remove the cooldown real quick. Please, only one person test this, please. I'm gonna temporarily remove the cooldown. We're gonna hit save. You guys hit refresh and you should be able to try it again. But anyway, in terms of optics, by saving the Kickstarter now and getting the notify me thing, that will help, again, that will help me out in terms of optics and algorithm shenaniganery. The faster I hit that 1300 for the goal, the more likely I will be yeeted to the front page on Kickstarter, which means more people will look at the book and potentially get it. When we hit the goal of that 1300, and again, the reason it's 1300 is 300 of that dollars goes to Kickstarter, the 1,000 goes to me, and the entire point of this is to recoup costs and then get funding for both the next book and the audiobook, professional audiobook specifically. Anyway.
I think you may have just disabled it.
Huh? I may have just disabled it.
I think so.
Fuck! Bloody fuck! Try again! Again, if something technological doesn't screw up, surely it is not one of my streams. Whoa, yep. And there it goes. And now that that's tested, I can put the cooldown back on it. Boom. Page 20. And I'll be reading from the hardcover, like I said before.
Thanks for reading the page.
I love my husband. Page 20. So note, there is a potential you're going to get a blank page. That's why you asked to borrow the book. I love you, you absolute overgrown hepalumpigus. With that said, I'm actually going to put this specific book right here. So that way it is within reach. That actually is really sturdy. But anyway, I have stretch goals planned. I need to finish the graphic for it. But as things are unlocked with the Kickstarter, I will be adding more tiers to the Kickstarter. So like at one point, the laminate hardcover will be unlocked. And again, this Kickstarter, it isn't to, hey, I need to fund this and produce it. It is, hey, I'd like to recoup my costs so that it's easier to make the next book. Because I've spent about $6,000 to get this done. And by the way, an audiobook can cost anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 to get professionally done. Which is another reason for the Kickstarter. But anyway, we'll see where we get. We'll see where we get. Like I said, it'd be nice. But there's tiers, and then there's one more tier that is just included with every single Kickstarter. I thought I had to make it, but it turns out it's just native to every Kickstarter. And it's just donate if you wanna. I did not remember that this was a thing until I'd looked at the preview for the Kickstarter. But anyway, can't wait to get the book. Also, the shipping date might already be on there, but all of the shipping dates I had put around December 2025. Do I think it's going to take that long? No. Am I giving myself a shit ton of wiggle room just in case, because Murphy's Law is a thing and I seem to be its favorite bitch every now and then? Yeah, that's why. The answer to that question is yes. But it's one of the things that Kickstarter said when I read through like the FAQ was the shipping thing, it's better for someone who backs a Kickstarter, it's better for them to get their items early than to get them late. So again, that is the reason I have until the end of the year. There's a variety, like I said, there's also a variety of things that can go wrong, i.e., like, just for example, these books, all of these books are damaged in one way or another. This one, some of the corners are crumpled, the cover is damaged, and one of the pages is damaged. I just now noticed that. But there's just a variety of things that can go wrong with just shipping. Specifically from Amazon. Again, the paperback and the laminate hardcover are from Amazon. Ingram Spark is going to be the ones doing the dust cover. Given the fact that I ordered the dust cover on the 20th and I haven't gotten any updates, Ingram Spark is going to take a while to get done. But yeah, but back to the Icarus's question. Essentially, the way to get the signed copies right now is through Kickstarter. Unless you are and going into the future as well, if you are a beta reader for the series, like what Little Sassy did for me, that is the other way you'll be able to get a signed copy of the book. Speaking of, one of the copies I order, and it's going to be a author copy, not a proof copy, which that's the reason it has that weird, ugly band around the center. I need to get a hold of one and then send it to Little Sassy. I do not remember if it was a paperback or if it was a hardback that I was supposed to send her. I need to ask. I don't know if she remembers. So if Mr. Mace comes and bugs me, remind me to ask him what kind of book I told Little Sassy I was going to send. Obviously, I'm going to be sending a signed copy, but I just want to make sure it's the right version. Wee. Adds it. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I have been talking for 4 hours. Well, I'll be. Thank you all for being here, just FYI. Sugar tits. That reminds me, I need to take the... What is the Nightbot specific thing that he's doing? Because I've said before that I need to remove Nightbot, but there's something that keeps popping up that I'm like, only Nightbot's got that, because I haven't figured out how to program it in any other bot. What was it? I don't remember. I'm sure it'll pop up eventually, but anywho. That also reminds me I need to fix StreamerBot. Already. But anywho, you know what? Since we're about to get hit with ads, I'm gonna take at least a 3 to 5 minute break. And potentially order food, or at least get dinner in order, because I've eaten, like I said, 3 eggs with some garlic, like garlic cloves. Someone clip me yelling at me. You're gonna have to go a ways back into the stream for that one. Unless you can do it through the VOD. I know I can do it through VOD, but I don't know if you guys can do it through the VOD. I guess we'll find out. But anyway, since ads are about to hit us, I'm going to take a 3 to 5 minute break, let the ads play, and get dinner squared away, because it is 5:10. Why are the cats not shouting at me?
Because I just fed them.
Oh. Bravo! The husbando for the win! Hello, Thanos. But anyway, so, with that said, I will be right back.
Stickers! You know got stickers! You know who's got stickers? You know. Ha! That's great. Awesome. Dude, put your link in chat, so this way I can click you later. You know, wrap the ball, got stickers. Stickers! I love stickers.
Alrighty. I made that stinger transition. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna say sorry for that. I'm happy. I'm not gonna apologize for being happy. I need to stop apologizing for being happy. But I actually made that stinger transition myself. And I'm quite proud of how it looks. I'm very stoked and happy with how it looks. So now, let's get to the animation and art part of the stream. Oh, grief. Alright. Where even was I with this? Hey, Elizabeth, how you doing? What you been up to? Alright, I think, is that... Okay, that's center. That's up. Needs to be center here. I think that's first. And then here is third. So. Do forever. Okay, that works. All the boops. All the boops. I need to put some in-between frames, admittedly. Let's do here, question mark? Is that a duplicate frame or a new frame? Let's see what this looks like. Hold on. I think that's in between frames to add. Let's do 2 frames.
Uteraptoron!
What is it, Grekene?
You need to drink some water! Uteraptoron!
What is it, Grekene?
Did you remember to eat today?
Yes, I did.
Hey, if you did, go get food.
Uh-huh.
Did you remember to take your medicine?
Yes, I did.
Go take it if you haven't.
The next set is at 7, so in roughly 2 hours. Also, how you doing today, Timmy? Also, Thanos, I don't know if you were here for it. I know
Uteraptoron!
What is it, Gregor?
You need to dab. Whatever that means.
Yes, death.
You humans are weird.
Yes, left me nothing, Timmy. I don't think Elizabeth was here for it. Thanos, I don't know if you stuck around long enough to see it, and I know Timmy just got here. But, good news, good news, good news! And I also said this in the Discord, but fluff it, I'm gonna say here again. I have my book, my physical book. Going back to this real quick.
Where?
I have my book, it's real!
You want me to go ahead and get your food?
Yes, please. See? And this is the cover. Ignore that line. It's the watermark from Amazon because they're assholes. But it's real. I will not be upset about getting to show this off. That's the full cover. Again, this is the laminate hardback. Nice and solid. My book is real. I have the physical product in my possession. I'm hoping I can get some copies from Ingram Spark sooner rather than later, so that I can do like photo shoots of this, because unfortunately, as you can see, this is their links me to exclamation mark Kickstarter. Links we demand links. But she's real. The book is finally real. I have physical proof. I'm very, very happy about it. I have nearly cried twice on stream today. I've already cried when I first opened, and I mentioned this a bunch of times already. When I first opened the package for this one specifically, I cried. I very much cried because I did it. Finally did it. But yeah, the links to the Kickstarter, that is the only way you guys are gonna get a signed copy at this point in time. And that will lead you to the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter will officially launch either June 1st or June 2nd, depending on which one will end on the 31st of July. Saving it now will help me in terms of optics, and the first goal is going to be 1,300. Again, 300 of that goes to Kickstarter, 1,000 goes to me. The reason it is where it is one, it's going to be a reimbursement or recouping cost for one thing, and two, the quicker that, see, share this with a friend of mine who loves sci-fi books. Yee! Hopefully they like sci-fi fantasy. I will admit this isn't hard sci-fi. There are fantastical elements, so think more along the lines, I'd say closer to grimdark, but I'm super stoked. I am terrified. I am dealing with imposter syndrome out the fucking wazoo. But I'm excited. Because I have physical proof that I did it. So, now let's attempt to get back to work. Oh, I love that stinger transition. Damn star. Oh yeah, the star on the stream avatars. Oh, let's see. Oh, that didn't do anything. That sucks. Let's do that. I will need to add some in-betweens to make that smoother because I want that to be a smooth animation. And this is obviously, this is not this month's animation, this is next month's animation. Also, wait, I have to pay for that. How dare! Don't make me cry sad tears there, Timmy. But yeah, the only way to get a signed copy is currently through the Kickstarter, for the foreseeable future. And I say foreseeable future because I would love to get a vendor stall at MomoCon and sell books and stuff, but it is hard to get that. So that is why I say foreseeable future. And I don't know how many of you will come to MomoCon. Derp. Derp. I'm just waiting for my brain to reboot. Also with the Kickstarter, I don't have my stretch goals listed yet. One, because I haven't finished the graphic for it. Two, I want to wait until the initial goal is done. I'm actually going to try to go to Anime North next year, which is the same weekend as Momo. One, oof. Two, okay, cool. I hope you enjoyed that con. Was there a thing, husbando? I didn't know if he was trying to get my attention or not. I saw him out of the corner of my eye. And anywho, so this is the XD meme that I'm working on today. Also, there should be a channel point redeem for read a chapter, and I think I've got it entirely fixed now. It's once every 30 minutes. Which you guys have 4 hours to try and use it, so that's 4 times 2 because it's every 30 minutes. You have 8 opportunities to get me to read a page. 1 has been used by the husbando. And in the most hilarious way possible. In my opinion, anyway.
Well, you wanted to test it. You didn't ask to actually read.
Me and my big yapper! Well, I owe you guys a 12-hour stream next month. And there's 2 other ways to get a 12-hour stream. Every 30 minutes is awesome. But yeah, you guys can... I will be reading out of the hardcover version of the book, so that's 276 pages. You pick one out of... Pick a number between 1 and 276, and hope you don't get a blank page. The husbando chose page 20, but that's because he's like, hey, can I look at your book? So I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. And he purposely chose a blank page. It's not gonna take me 6 hours to read. It's one page, yes. And the reason it's every 30 minutes is to not exhaust my voice, my windpipe. Because I have a different voice that I read in. It's one page, yes. You pick one page. It's why the redeem is called one page, or read a page. But yeah, every 30 minutes you can redeem it, and I will read one page that you guys pick. And this time I remembered to put required text on the redeem. Thank you, mods, by the way, for helping me test that. Where am I at? I'm there. Alright, so what I want to do... What do I want to do? Okay. Actually gonna delete this frame. Go back to the delay. Do that. I just need those 3 frames. There's no point in drawing it twice. And then I need to remove that. And bring that back. Okay. So I need to do a in-between between these two, and then an in-between between these two, because those are a little bit too extreme. Let's do that. So that gives me a new frame. Going to cancel. Going to duplicate that folder. You're going to name this frame. No, we're gonna name this in between. In between. In between. I think it's going left up. I think. So what's this first one? So it is, okay, it is left up. And then we'll put another in between and call that right up. Yeah, simply put, I just don't want to get exhausted. It wouldn't be fun if I got tired. Okay, we're going to hide that, hide that. That one needs to be that in between. And then that needs to be this in between. Okay, so this we are going to reduce that. We're going to activate this one, also reduce that. Let's do officially frame 2. Ack. Ah. Oh, Grievous. But anyway, I was talking about it earlier. So you guys have the free way to get a 12-hour stream out of me. The other 2 ways is the $100 on Ko-Fi total before the end of the month. That one does roll over, and then the 25 subs on here on Twitch. That one does not roll over just because that's how Twitch is. But yeah. So that is how you get another 12-hour stream from me. Those are the paid ways. The community challenge is how you get the free one from me. Alright, so this is gonna stay there. Is that seriously? That is... Oh, I didn't bend the knees on that one. Okay, so it looks like I'm focused on the arms for this. Is this not... That's frame 2. Frame 2. Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. Alright, let's hide these real quick, but we'll keep the body. Like it's just say. So I'm going to make a new one and I'll merge that down. Let's see, so probably right around here. These will give me my arcs that I'm gonna need to better do this. And basically, I'm gonna get a in between these two. And then I'm going to bring back my left arm here. And we're gonna position that there. Scooch it back so it fits in here. Bring the right arm back. And do the same with that. And so we'll bring that up to 60%, and then, or from 60%, then we'll hide it. And then frame 1, bring back up to 100% and hide it as well. And then I will delete that layer and then bring that into between. Let's hit play. Hide that. And that one. Oh, speaking of which, thanks there, Ko-Fi Streambot. That's the location of the other place. I gotta take this out because or take this particular glove off because my eye is itchy. Aye. Alright, so next frame is this one. It looks better at least. And then this one will be this in between frame 1 and frame 3. So bring frame 1 to 50%, frame 3 to about the same, and then in between we'll hide the arms.
Good.
Thank you. Loop. Thank you. Loop.
Anything else while I'm up?
Soda?
Okay.
If I have Fanta, that.
Okay.
I have food. I have curry, a biscuit, and mini corn dogs. And my mouth is not watering. Alright, hold on. I gotta move some yarn around. I've been making more Halo Engineer Huragok. I've been making more of those. Like, just making them because I want to make them. I may sell them later, but for right now I'm just making them to make them. Thank you!
You're welcome.
Alright, I need to move some more stuff around. Let's put you here. You here. Then I can scooch you guys over here and put the mouse there. There we go. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, that's hot. Gonna get some nom 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 nom. Alrighty, let's see. Tie both arms. And then we will erase Control A, delete, Control D. That way I don't have to delete the frame. Okay. So, for art, a little different. Ooh, that is actually not much movement. I don't like that. Let's bring that all the way up here. Go to frame 3. Like that up here better. And make sure that's not screwed up. That's the reason. Okay. And now we will reposition. We'll do the left arm first. That actually worked really well. Let's scoot it though a little bit more. That's really in between. And then we'll do the right arm. About midway. Come up to frame 3, bring that back to normal opacity, and hide it. Back to frame 1, also normal opacity, hide it. And then delete. Yeah, we'll just hide layer 5. A little bit smoother. Okay. So now I need to do the leg. Air fried mini corn dogs. Absolutely delicious. Oh, also, for those of you who are still here, I think most of you, if not all of you, still are. A reminder for something I said at the beginning of the stream, I am changing my stream schedule. I'm adding on 2 additional days. Monday and Tuesday. Both of those days will be write-ins. Which means I will be writing on stream for those 2 days. So it'll be Monday, Tuesday. And FYI, these will be earlier in the day. They will not be at my normal 5 p.m. They'll probably be starting around like 1 o'clock. And then going for probably 4 to 5 hours, depending. So that's Monday, Tuesday. Wednesdays I'm going to be taking off. Thursdays are going to be dedicated to animating. Friday will be gaming. And then Saturday is whatever you guys pick. So, letting you guys know, and that's only going to be for June and July. Do I think I can keep that schedule up? I don't think so. Not after 2 months, but that is going to be the schedule for the next 2 months. So I thought I'd let you guys know. Nom, 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 nom. Delicioso! Alright, let's do... Alright, so I need to bring back frame 2 for this. Ooh boy. So I got the arm thing done, now I gotta get the rest of it done. Actually, no, I'm gonna have to do something else. So let's do body copy. We'll do on top of those. Let's see. So, where do I start? Where do I start? Oh. Oh. I think what I'll do is I'll get the leg movement, just in general, and then break this. That way it's a little bit easier on me. I'm gonna need to move that to up here. Let's go to frame 3, where this is actually located. Oh wait, no, that's an in-between. Never mind. Okay, there we go. That's easier to see. Alright, I'm gonna duplicate this. Hide the original. This way, if I mess up, it's not gonna be as bad. Dadgummit. That's not gonna quite do what I'm expecting it to. Let's go back here. So I need to remove the head. What I need to do. Do layer via cut. Because I still have that body. Alright. Gonna tilt. Tilt, and then we're gonna squish just a little. Because this side will stay roughly the same, but the other side needs to drop. So I can use this to kind of get the in-between for it. And then I'll do the in-between for the in-between. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna put it body 2. Name that layer. Silence. Oh. There we go. Excuse me. Yes, hello. Hi, Amaretto. How are you doing? Alright. Let's see. Let's remove the arms real quick so I can see better. Probably in between here is where I want that. What is it, Amaretto? What is it? Miss Shouty Kitty? Is the daddy, is the cat daddy not paying any attention to you, or you just want attention from me? Because you know I'm trying to eat. Little bugger. You know, now that I think about it, it would probably be easier if I were to kind of trace over this section just to make sure that I still have the correct proportions, and then move that to the spot that I wanted him. Oh, wait, hold on. Right about there. Oh. Actually, no, it no. Let's actually keep it there. And try and keep that center between these two until we get down closer. I need to stop leaning. So, that one. Okay. This is the foot I want to keep. Part of me is just about every other pause I'm taking on a bite of dinner. Mainly so I can now ignore my stomach. Okay. What I'm gonna do is this layer 6 empty? It is not. Okay. So I'm gonna bring back that body. I'm going to move this head here. That's roughly where it's, yeah, right about here. I'm gonna tilt it very slightly, not a lot, just slightly. Right about there. Take Control S. Yes, apply. Every time I pause, I need to think. Maybe be exact, I'm trying to think. Let's get another layer. And then basically I'm going to hide one. Gonna hide the other temporarily, and then I'm going to whoops. Well, at least I successfully hit the button. I'm actually gonna bring this right here down. I'm gonna go over this. Because this shoulder does drop. So like it does E. It tilts down, but I want to try and keep that proportion. Takes a little longer. And no. Bring that back up a little bit. Let's bring that back up a lot. There we go. And I need to stop shrimping. Got myself shrimping again. May end up having to put pillows behind me again to help me stop doing that. There is this round pillow that I kept seeing for gamers and crocheters. It was all over Instagram. I haven't seen it again since. I've been thinking about sewing a pillow. And now that I've got better sewing skills, and hopefully I'll be able to fix my brother's sewing machine. Oh my word. Oh. But hold on. Sorry, Wisdom Tooth decided it wanted to hang on to some of the chicken that was in that. Excuse me. But no. Now that I know I might be able to fix my sewing machine, I might be able to attempt to make something like that. Because essentially it's like, it's an open tube. So I say it shouldn't be that hard, realizing how difficult, like, just hand sewing things can be. Hell, even with crochet, I still hand sew some stuff. Okay. So, that right there is roughly where that's at. But this shoulder, I'm actually gonna drop a little bit more. It does kind of affect this, but I can bring that in a little bit. Just let a smidge clean, maybe not clean that up. That makes sense that that's a little bit droopy, but that's a good thing because that means it gives me the effect I want. I'll bring this down a little bit more. And kind of get a little bit more of a bend here. Bring it in a little bit more. Like that. Keep that curve there. For this I can continue on, but I need to break the other leg first. What I'm gonna do is I am gonna do exactly that. I'm gonna take this leg and we gonna break it. A little bit. Grab that lasso tool. There you are. And continue adding the rest. There we go. Looks like right about there is where I need to break it. So put that kind of there. I need to bring the rump up. So let's undo that. And gonna have still a little bit of tilt at the hip. So it's not gonna be exactly lined up there. But I'm not there. And then bring this back to here, roughly. Hit Control D. So I need to bring the rump here up quite a bit. That rump is a little too low. Yeah, more ways than one. There we go. Now we're gonna hide this, hit Control D. Keep that going, and then bring that down. Because this is frame 2, I will be able to use this for the in-between. Yeah, once again, I'm tripping. Dadgummit. One of these days. Although I have a well, maybe not sinking suspicion, but I have a suspicion that if I were to make that thing and have it go around my waist, that I might be able to stop myself at least a little bit better when it comes to shrimping. Because there'll be a physical barrier to said, like, or not activity, but to said problem. Okay, I'm on the correct layer. I got the other boob. Heck of it. Alright, so that I technically could move that up to frame 3 and just move the leg over. I think I'll do that. And then another layer. I need to get the other booba. Go ahead and draw that. And that needs to be in line with that. Merge down, and then left. Actually, I can get rid of that now. I'm gonna hide that for now. Bring left arm. That works. And right arm. Right arm does not work. Left arm still kind of works. Oh, grief. Let's remove that for right now. Okay, that definitely worked. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh, I made biscuits yesterday. They're nice and fluffy. Okay. I'm checking to see where Amaretto is. Alright. So now I can bring this back. I'm going to reduce that. I'm going to hide the arms, get a new layer for the body. Remove the head. Let's hide that briefly, because I need to remove the head. Where's this other body? Ah, that's where it is. Okay. Drink from my Fanta. That reminds me, does this have phosphoric acid in it? Has aspartame. Let's see. Citric acid, potassium citrate, aspartame, natural flavors, modified food starch? What? Potassium benzoate to protect taste. Asulfame, potassium, glycerol, ester of rosin, yellow 6 medium chain triglycerides, sucrose acetate, isobutyrate, and red 40. Well done. But no phosphoric acid. Excuse me. Yes, thank you, Amaretto. I would like to scooch forward. Her butt was right up next to the wheel of my chair, and I didn't want to scooch until she had moved. Okay. So actually, you know what? No, I need to remove the head real quick. Let's start here. Go there, all the way around. Carefully go through there. Going to hit W, layer via cut, then hide the head. Alright, now we bring back frame 2. Hide this frame, because we don't really need it, and then try and figure out where those duplicates are. Duplicates probably in frame 2. Alright, let's do hide that. Hide these two. I think that'll do it, and then we need to hide the arms. Yeah. Okay. Just squish that, go back here. Whoop! Sorry, Amaretto! Goodness! I'm just constantly booping the poor kitty. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing I did last time. Increase the opacity a little bit and essentially go over this, since this stays the same. And we are going to just go over these lines and move them as need be. The ones that will move the most are the ones that are going to be on the character's left-hand side. I'm gonna hide frame 2 real quick. There should be good. Come up. Get that. Right about there should be good. Alright, come down. And once again, probably right around here. Try and get this in the center between these. Shorten that. And then once again, just gonna try and go in the center. Alright, these are the same, so I'm just going to do this. I only need one in this case. Alright, getting to another ad. I'm gonna finish this section up. Let's see, where is it? There it is. Right here is where this is gonna be. And I need to... This is this way. No, that's where it starts. That's where it starts, but that's not where it goes, because this is the one that's got to move. So, this does not need to follow this line just yet. It needs to kind of do an in-between. So that's got to be underneath, so it'll be crossed over. Stiff. Ads in about 4 minutes. Let me get down to here. Then, after I get through this little section, it looks like I'm bringing the heel up here. Clear that. Control S. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and push ads. I'm going to go to a BRB screen. And then, can I help you? That is my foot, yes. I'm going to clean up my desk a little bit during that ad time. So, yeah. I'm going to go to BRB, play the ads, and then clean my desk up while the ads are going. So, with that said, BRB. It still works! Okay, so earlier in the stream, I mentioned can cakes. This is a can cake. Essentially, the top is you pop it like a soda can, but then you pull it off. It's one of the newer instead of needing a can opener, it's one of the new ways to just open a can. But this is the cookies and cream one. It's the one that they didn't have a sticker for, but oh my gosh, this is delicious. Oh my gosh, this is really good. It's like Dippin' Dots. It's like the cheesecake version of Dippin' Dots. Ah! Are you okay, Amaretto? I'm sorry. Ew! She moved since I stood up last. Goodness. But yeah, this stuff is really, really good. I don't know if you can order it online, but it needs to be kept refrigerated. It was practically frozen at the con, though. Also, the hotel we stayed at, I have one, and they're technically, I was gonna say two, but they're technically two related. I have one gripe about the place we stayed, which is it's either a loft or a loft in Atlanta. And my gripe with it is there was no refrigerator and there was no microwave. The reason I say it's only one gripe is because those just kind of go hand in hand, in my opinion. I will say this is really, really good. It's nice, it's creamy. It is like perfect cheesecake flavor. Just absolutely phenomenal. Given the opportunity, I absolutely would buy more of these. 100%, no cap, I would buy more of these. Unfortunately, they are expensive. In mind, this is from what I saw, they were expensive. Someone wouldn't let me see the bill!
Why would I?
Good point. But so that way I know how much it'll be if I want to, well, I guess less of if, because this is delicious. But when it is to be ordered again. Then again, I say that knowing full well that if something is too expensive, I have been with this man for 10 years and I still get sticker shock over things. Ugh. So, the reason he wouldn't let me see, said Bill, because you know I would freak the fuck out. Sorry, Amaretto, you are just in the wrong place every time. I am sorry, furry child. I just bonked her in the head with my heel. Poor baby. Getting clocked every other second. Okay, she's getting her revenge. Oh, kitty cato, why are you like this? Oi. Heck, I keep forgetting the other move. Again, I just gotta move it over. But anywho. That's appropriate. And hold this. That looks right. Okay, I gotta do that real quick. Okay, close. Do this right. Not doing it wrong, must do it right. That definitely gotta move. So that may actually change where that's at. The right arm still works. Okay. Then that would be next. So that's settled those, at least, are kind of the first pass. And then there's frame one. Okay. I need to fix that first. How's Bondo? Where are you? Okay, I see your butt. You're still there. Go. It's a little under half, and I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But there you go. We only got one of each. So I have eaten my half, and I gave him the rest. I did give him a bite at the beginning of it, just to make sure he liked it. It actually goes with the Fanta. Excuse me. Alright, so we gotta do this one first. And then we'll do the in-between. So we're gonna move this up. Gonna remove this. No, we need that. Move this. Okay, that doesn't even have anything on it. We're good. Basically, yeah, that's it. I was correct when I decided to move that. It's one less thing I've got to sketch. Yes, apply the transformation. So, how are you guys doing right now? I am 5 hours? 5 hours into this. I got 2.5 hours left. 2.5 plus 7 minutes left. Okay, this 8-hour wasn't that bad. Still shocked that I managed to talk for half of it. And again, I had quite a bit to talk about, didn't I? Alright. So let's... That doesn't have to be there. Alright, remove the arms again. Let's frame... Really? That's just another blank layer? It is. Alright, is this a blank layer? It also is. We're gonna remove both of those. Alright, so let's do new layer. Body 3. This is frame 3. Ow. On scritchies. On another note, my hairpin stabby is not needed any adjustment since I redid it. Okay, where's the cat? The cat is not there. Okay, so I need to scooch up, lean back, and stop shrimping! Ugh. Alright, so this is going to get dropped, so this right here gets to remain the same for the most part. So we're gonna go to... Not this layer, this layer. Alright. So... I'm going to bring this opacity down. Not all the way, but most of it. And I will take the head off in a little bit. So this is mostly going to stay the same. It will tilt a little bit, but not by much. This side might straighten out a little bit, but since we had so much on the other side, that's not going to matter as much. And I will say, the frames are the thing I'm gonna have to focus on the most for this particular animation, because I have backups for all the other things that I could potentially need. Like, if I don't get to drawing the unique items, then I've got placeholders that I can use. There are some, I'll probably draw the activities first. Just because those are the ones that need to be drawn more than all the others. Like I said, the other ones, I just yank them from the things that they're from. I know with the food, some of them I can actually reuse from, or reuse the icons from Subscribestar. Because I've got I have a Subscribestar, I do have a Patreon, I've got a Ko-Fi. It's my big thing is just remembering to post like work in progresses and stuff like that. I am very, very bad at that, which is another reason I usually don't talk that much about those particular ones, just because I know it's like, yo, there's not really much there to pay for. Mood. You get it. You get it. Alright, so let's do this. We're gonna put that there, and we're gonna lean this a little bit over. And we're gonna go here, yank that back, and hide this, and we're gonna take the head. Careful around there, careful around there. I'm probably gonna have to go back in and grab something. Hold on. Yep, I was right. So shift, hold down shift, start inside the current selection, carefully move around and stop inside your selection, and that was supposed to grab everything I didn't have yet. Photoshop. Then hit W to get your wand tool. Right click, scroll down until you see layer via cut. Boom. You learn from my streams, whether it's, hey, don't do this, hey, this is how you fix something broken, or B, hey, I'm working on art, here's how I did the art thing, because I had to learn on my own, and maybe by me saying it, someone will learn how to do it themselves. Then I get to go, yay, helpful! Alright, so I'm going to hide the head. We're going to decrease that back down. We'll do 48. And split. Okay, there, notice that. There, 10. So, I forgot to do the boob again. Oh. I'll do the boob later. Alright, so this shoulder has to come down. And so I'll grab the shoulder and I'm gonna grab the boob. And then those tilted, bring that down quite a bit. I'm going to bring that down even more. I'm going to do... Actually, I'm going to do another layer. Then I'm going to take that. This is going to squish. I'm going to move it here and squish it. And since this is going to be squished, this is going to come out more. So... Actually, that probably should be lowered down. Yeah, it should be lower down. It should be much lower down. So maybe not squish. Maybe not squish. Not squish yet. So let's see. This would be... I don't know how much further down that is. Probably say right about here. Would be that. Actually, that needs to be even further down. I'd even argue that the squish doesn't need to have been done. Okay, so we're actually... I think that's entirely... Okay, yeah. I'm glad I did that. So, we're gonna take this layer. Bring that down. Do that, just to kind of give us where that's supposed to start. And then we're gonna just go straight down with that. I'm going to tilt it a smidge. There'll be some squish. Right about here is where that knee needs to go. Alright, so now we're going to break that previous leg, similar to how we did the other one. This one needs to go here, and right there. That one's actually got a bit more hip than the other one. The first thing we're going to do, this right there. Put that right about there. I'm going to bring it up a bit. Then, hit apply right around here. Should be enough. Put that there, and I'm going to swing that down. And we get a similar style, similar break. Actually, it might be a little further away. Yeah, it is a bit further away. What I'm going to do is tilt this a little bit more, give us a little bit more length. I think I'll bring that further down. I may just... Can I get away with tilting that more? Maybe if I squish and tilt, that'll work. We'll squish it a little. Tilt a little bit more. And this layer will move down. Also tilt a bit more. Move this way with it. I actually move this way. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Go. That helps it a little bit. Alright, so we're gonna remove this and be saddened. Okay. So we'll start here. Just kind of follow that line. Oof. Uh-oh, had a processing error. Yay. Don't you just love when it does that? I sure hate it. Bring that up. And I need to shift my feet because my knee is gonna murder me. Might need to have lengthened that. Alright, let's hide this real quick. Hide that. That. Alright. Before I bring that to get whoops. Grab that. Is that 11? That is 11. Alright. So clean that up. This one is 10? Yeah, it's 10. Oh, that one is also 11. Hold on. Alright. That should be okay, hopefully. I'm gonna merge both of those down. Bring back, not layer 9, but go ahead and move that. Tilt it a little. push that over a smidge more. Alright, and then merge these two together. If my pen will let me. There we go. Bring that down just a smidge more. There we go. There we are. Although, I don't know how this music actually reminded me, but it did. Back to the focus on one book at a time. It's, on the one hand, I see what you mean there, and I believe it, yeah, it was Goldie. On the one hand, I see what you mean. On the other hand, it is good to have the scope of where the story is going to go. Both in a mixture of done, but also just kept in mind. So if I know where the full series goes, I know how I need to build up to it. Are you okay, Loretta? Please tell me you are not licking that bag. Furry child, why are you like this? Hey. Technically can be squished a little more. Alright, so I need to bring this body back, and I need to grab the boob from this body. Alright, so now we can bring the arms back. Let's bring that up a little bit more. Or a lot of bit in this case. Oh, not new layer, enter. I gotta remember I put that shortcut. Whoa, that is horrendously off now. And then I can delete that layer. Okay. So now I have my basic outline for this. Let's go. We got that ease that should work. I think I still need to do the in-between for this one, 4. I still need to do the in-between, however, that's going to be a lot easier now. That's 54, that's 44. Oh my good golly gumdrops, let's do one at a time here. Oh wait, no. No? Yes. Hold on, let me grab that. I don't actually need that. Okay. right, because that body's already the way it is. Alright, so let's name this one body. This is the in-between between 1 and 3. We're going to call it 1I3. Because basically it'll shift for once, extreme, come back to center, and then shift to the other extreme, and then come back to the center. I don't know how the timing for this in the animation is going to go, but for right now, we've got this. And then the keyframes, I can definitely go ahead and kind of decorate those. It's the in-betweens that are going to be fishy for right now. So let's remove the arms again real quick and just focus on the body. So I'm going to lower my hat so I can see, because my head is having a few bits of trouble here. Okay, so first thing I need to do is I need to, once again, take the head off the body. Okay. W, layer via cut, and hide that. Alright, let's do that about here. That needs to start higher up. Right about there. And again, I'm going to try and keep this in between these two. This is kind of a thorough. Let's see. Alright, let's hide this real quick. Ah, okay, that's what's going on there. Alright, let's bring this back. Make that a lot less visible. There we go. Oops. Not gonna be able to see it if I've got that going. It's raised there, but not raised here. It's not that extreme yet, so we kind of hit there. And then kind of start going down this way. Have our cross point here. So this one's gonna be different by quite a bit because that foot actually moves up. Again, just kind of shifting that. Bring that there. And once more, go for that in-between line. I'm gonna be more closer to this one. It's right around there. There we go. And then this one I can pretty much just follow all the way down. There we go. Ooh, delale. Alright, so you can hide that for now. This stays pretty much stationary, at least this point. I may go back in on the other one and raise this foot a little. Okay, this is where it might change. Yeah. Changes a little bit here. Actually, down all the way. Down that ways. Let's bring this back so we can see where it is. There we go. Actually, right around here. Try and get in. Oops. Much. Try and get in the center here. There we go. Do 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 do. Boom bum bum. Boom bum bum. Boom boom boom. There we go. That should do it. Oops. There we go. Alright, that should do it, I believe. Still gotta get the other boob. Dadgummit, I am bad at getting the other boob. I'm gonna bring that back. Not as bad. You'd think I'd be better about boobs since I got 2 of them. But I guess not. And again, I forget about them until they get caught in something. I only partially joke. But there are certain things I do that it's like, oh yeah, I have massive tits. I can't reach that because my boob is in the way. Which has actually happened several times today. It's like, geez, really? Oops. Wrong one. Need this layer. Geez, that definitely has to change. Where it's at. There we go. Alright, that changed. That's the last in between. That's better. The legs look really good. The legs look really good. Let's find where that one frame... That's where it is. Like, there's one thing that's appearing that I don't want. And it's gonna be this. Try that again. Ah! It actually looks good! But when I refine the arms very much have to be refined. Alright, let's see, where are all of them at? That's number one that we're gonna have to deal with. Having them at the correct spot. Okay, there's one that's too far. That's one that's too far out. Yep, that one's too far out. That one is also very much too far out. Heck! Obviously, I am going to be redrawing these, and the shoulders will change because of that. But it does have a sway. Oh, that makes me happy. Hold on. I need to pause that real quick. I need to click outside and let... There we go. It's crazy. Once again, I'm actually shocked that I like this. It's very much one of those, I made this, how could it possibly be any good? Lo and behold, I'm watching it dance and it's like, that's believable. That is very believable. How'd I make it believable? It's adorable. Yes, I have one! That is exactly what I'm going for. Is it supposed to be cute? Just a little... Kind of like, once again, it's the Johnny Bravo, do the monkey with me, come on. That dance, if anyone remembers that. Pardon me as I age myself. Alright, so I think that might... Alright, so what I'm gonna do... The monkey! Yes! Exactly. Good times. Ah, back when Cartoon Network was good. I think what I'll do here is I'm pretty much just gonna redraw the arms onto the body this time. So what we're gonna do is gonna decrease that, gonna make another layer. I'm not gonna name it because this is just gonna get moved down. Can't get too close or it'll pixelate. Also, a reminder to anyone that is in graphic design or wants to go into graphic design, whenever you make a picture and you plan on upscaling it for anything, remember to save it as a vector image. Do not save it as one of these, which is rasterization. This is rasterized. Don't save it as a raster, save it as a vector. Do I know how to do this? Not really. I have Inkscape, which will save images as a vector file. I just need to figure out how to use it. And you can use Inkscape to turn raster files into vector files. I am gonna have to make these very round. I just realized. I have to make sure these are done proper. Proper, mate. How? I'm not even gonna question how I did that. There's supposed to be something you could say in an Australian accent. I think it's like razor blade. Something like that. And it's supposed to sound like an entirely different phrase. Okay, I need to have that go inward a lot more than it is. I'm not putting clothing on this doll yet. So it needs to have its actual and normal proportions. Let's bring that in a little bit more. And that is the sound of I need tea and medication. Alright, so let's remove the left arm. Bring that up. Whoa! Ah, cracks. Hold your dancy pants there! Yes, in this case, critter. Goose. Yeah, that doesn't need to be as sharp as it is. Yeah, it won't matter until I get the... That just doesn't look right. That looks better. No, that definitely needs to be flatter. Much better. Much better. Need to drop that out a little bit more. It doesn't look like it's the right... Actually, you know what? I can test that. See whether it's the right... No. It's not quite right. There we go. Straight ahead. There we go. I can duplicate this and move it to the other... Yes, I'm going to do exactly that. Save myself a little bit of work. Or so I thought. Dang. Exactly correct length. Actually, that needs to be shorter. But hide this one since I already have the position for it. Might need to actually move that back a little more. Yeah, that should do it. Oh, for those that play Marvel Rivals, one of y'all, after the update for the next season goes through, can one of y'all remind me to not update my copy of Marvel Rivals? Please. So that way we're not doing another Sea of Thieves fiasco. Which that was entirely my fault. And absolutely 100% entirely my fault. But we all remember how long that took, so. Alright, I think I can now take my hair down. I think the update should be happening 4 AM? Okay, good. I will actually be asleep, so no worries. So it's what, 5 AM your time in that case, V? I think you're an hour ahead of me. Also entirely and utterly random, I forgot to edit the last 2 podcast episodes. I need to do that. That's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow morning. And then I'll get those posted because I was a dad. I was a dad and didn't get that done. I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off, and that just kind of got pushed to the back burner. I'm sorry. Regrets were made. Many regrets were made. Yeah. It's definitely one of those, if someone else could edit these clips, that would be absolutely freaking amazing, because that would literally be just one less thing I gotta do. Let's see, this actually needs to be here, which will also explain why that didn't do as well as it should have. Because that's... yeah, right about there. Yeah, it's very much one of these balls I am constantly juggling is going to drop. Just which one is it gonna be? Because there's some balls, you're juggling a bunch of balls, or you're juggling a bunch of things. And some of these things are made out of rubber, some of these things are made out of glass. The ones you don't want to drop are the ones made out of glass. The stuff made out of rubber will live if it gets dropped. And eventually you can pick it back up. The other problem is figuring out which is which. Alright, so... next one. You're gonna do similar to what we did here. And then I'm gonna zoom up. See what layer is this. Okay, so that gets to merge down. Merge down. Alright, we're gonna call this body 1 in between 2. We are now on the in between frame. Redo, can I move my foot? Thank you. 5 minutes till the next set of ads. Are you kidding me? It's already 6 hours in? Oy. Alright, I need to lean my head back because my neck is not happy with me right now. Alright, so we're gonna do 1 frame. And I'm going to bring this back. And we're gonna hide these 2 arms because they're not ready for us yet. So. Come down here. So what I'm gonna do is essentially fill this in, but I've got my ending points here. And I will fill in the rest of the arm. in a moment. Those are the points that need to be moved. Alright. That's about here. Interesting. Well, let's separate these two then, because that's there. And then lasso, because this needs to go down here. Right about there. That will also be my point. So let's take this. Once again, lasso tool. And we're going to... That actually goes up, so... I'm gonna scooch it back a little. Control D. This might be too far back. That still needs to be at the corner of that boob. Put this right here. Still needs to be right about there. Check our left arm. That is up. I'm actually going to do this. Curve that this way. Alright, I'm actually going to scooch this. Actually, you know what? Lasso. Layer bear cut. That's the smarter choice here. Because instead of constantly grabbing it with a lasso tool, I think this might be too long. Oh. Bring it up just to here. Bring it down a little bit. That almost makes the cuff for that. Alright, and I'll focus on this arm right now. Bring 2. Bring this in. Oh my gosh. And this. These two. Alright, so I'm gonna want to bring this arm all that way up. I think once again it's gonna be positioning. Once again, this is kind of where the boob is. I'm going to make these two vanish for right now so I can focus on this one. Correct, I needed more sleep. Once again, the cats woke me up at 7 o'clock. I don't know why. And there's the ads. I'm just gonna keep working on this. Let's see. Alright, so let's go down to this. Put that there. Oh boy. Yeah, small disadvantages to this. Hit enter. Hide that. Like I said, I'm just kind of focusing on one. Did I not do the end? There's the end. Easy. Okay, is that cat? That is cat. Speaking of cats, kitty cats are precious, but my goodness, they love to be a pain. But yeah, just, I'm really hoping I do not get sick. I'm really, really hoping I do not get sick. I know I said at the beginning of the stream that, man, I bet you Concrud's gonna hit me. It's just waiting for the most inopportune moment, and that would be this weekend. Miss Shadow? That was, your cat, wasn't he? Oh yeah, because right now where you live, you've got, dogs, if I remember correctly. Brother's cat. Okay. Okie dokie. Maybe one day you will have a kitty cat. Alright, let's see. Okay, they have high prey drive and high anxiety. Ooh. That stinks. I'm sorry to hear that. But maybe one day. Might put a little bend in the arm. They're great dogs, but I do miss cats. That's fair. That's fair. And I will admit, my family used to just have dogs. When we started having mice problems, mice and mole problems, we... Actually, no, just stray cats would just randomly come onto the property. Same thing with dogs, is we just ended up being the house where all the strays went. And no one came looking for them, so it was like, okay, you live here now. I remember the one cat, I believe it was, that kind of started my family back on owning cats, was this orange tabby named Grease Rag. And Grease Rag, actually, there's a reason he has that name. Because one day, like, he had been kind of hanging around our lot of land. I'm gonna pause this and just, there we go, have it do that. But, this orange tabby would just constantly hang around, especially around my dad's shop. And for those of you who don't know already, my dad is a car mechanic. His thing is, he fixes the cars that he sold. He was a combination of, he was a used car lot, but he fixed all the cars that he actually sold. So he knew everything that was wrong with them and be like, okay, you're gonna have to look out for this, this, and this. Kind of like a, I don't have the part for that yet, I can't fix it, but you buy as is. But he would flat out tell you. He wouldn't hide anything. He would be like, this is the problem, sure you still want it. But anyway, so this tabby, this orange, like vibrantly orange cat, not quite Fanta orange here, but pretty darn close. This time. Yeah. But yeah, just one day this cat wouldn't leave my dad alone. So my dad, instead of kicking it, like he admittedly he probably normally would have done, instead of kicking it, his hands were covered in grease. In car, you know, motor oil and all that. So he picked up this cat and used this cat as a grease rag to clean his hands. The cat refused to leave him alone and said cat ended up getting adopted by our family. And from then on, his name was Grease Rag. My dad never did it again to this cat. But that is why the cat's name was Grease Rag. And Grease Rag was a crazy, amazing hunter. He would leave, like, he left moles on the front porch, and we didn't even know we had a mole problem. But he left birds, he left moles, he left mice. And more often than not, there was this oak tree in the front yard. He would always climb this oak tree and hide there. We're pretty sure that's where he slept. And we never had to rescue. We never had to rescue him from the tree. He could climb up and climb back down. At his leisure. And it's a big old oak tree. I kind of miss that oak tree. As a kid, I would, because the branches were so low, I would actually try and hang on to the branches. Unfortunately, my dad recently cut all the branches. So now they're just like really high up, and it makes me so sad. It makes me so very sad because they have been like that for decades. Sadness. Dirty old sadness. But that was how, that's kind of how we started owning cats again, or at least my folks started owning cats again. Right now, we've been through several cats, but one of the big things is my family lives next to the highway. So you have 18-wheelers and all kinds of fast traffic going 55, 60 miles an hour. And sometimes the animals get out. Between the highway, the coyotes, and the hawks. Those three things were the main killers of the pets we had. Like, I know I've told the story of Oscar, who was a dachshund. He was my dog. He was my dog. And how he went was a very bitter irony. Because there was one morning I got on the bus, and so here's the story. Oscar had gone missing. I had no idea where he went. He was an old dog, mind you. He had gray on his muzzle. But he was a good dog. He was a very protective doggo. One day he's gone missing. One night he went missing. The next morning, something had been splattered across the highway. And my very first response, because I figured out it was a dog, my very first response was, oh man, I feel so sorry for that dog's owner. Little did I know, when I got back home, my mom is like, well, you better be, like, kind of a, between mom and dad, it was kind of a, you better be grateful for the fact that your dad went into the highway and gathered Oscar's remains. That is how I found out the dog that got splattered on the highway, which, by the way, we found out he'd been hit by an 18-wheeler, which is the reason he had been scattered like that. I found out when I got home, oh yeah, that's my dog that was splattered across the highway. So, yeah, my dad went out and gathered everything so that we could bury Oscar in the backyard. We have a pet cemetery in the backyard. I have not connected with another dog since then. No, I have not connected with another dog since then. Because the next dog I think we got was a border collie named Lady, full name Lady Pooh, because when we got her, she crapped on my dad's boot. And Dad would call her Pooh Dog. I'm like, that's a mean name. Let's call her Lady. Lady Pooh. She constantly kept running away. I think it's because she was bored. She kept constantly running away, and one day she just vanished. No idea where she went. But just, I've never connected with another dog since then. We had the worst time with cats for a little bit after Grease Rag. Another one of Grease Rag just one day went missing. No idea what happened to him. And we got another stray that was a pregnant female cat. I do not remember the cat's name. But she would have her kittens, and probably like the kittens were still nursing, but she got knocked up again. And then suddenly the kittens went missing. We had no idea what was going on. Went to, I think we managed to save one of the litters. Because we thought it was coyotes. We do have coyotes. Coyotes and hawks. The hawks could easily have taken off with the kittens. They're just that small. Did not figure out what the hell was wrong with this cat. Pumpkin. I think the cat's name was Pumpkin. No idea why it was called that because it wasn't orange. Pumpkin. And Pumpkin was just a bad mom. She would constantly walk away from kittens as they were nursing. It was like, oh, okay, just, bad mother. Whatever. Well, Pumpkin's daughter, again, I think named Spice, is, of course, His name's Spice. That is a really weird... It gets worse! It gets really, really morbid and really worse. We finally figured out where the kittens were going. Or what was happening with the kittens. Because Spice, the daughter cat, would go get knocked up, come back, have kittens, and then suddenly the kittens would vanish. We thought it was Pumpkin doing something at that point. Because the Pumpkin was very mean to the kittens. So eventually we gave Pumpkin away. Gave the other kittens away too. I'm pretty sure the cat's name was Spice. Again, I didn't attach to these cats. Especially because the kittens went missing. Or kept going missing. So... let's see. This one. Alright. This is in between. One moment. Okay, this one. But, so like, I didn't attach to the cats. One day, it was me who caught it. Spice had another litter of kittens. They were just old enough. I hope it's not what I think it is. It's probably worse than what you might think it is. Quite honestly, if it's what I think you're thinking it is, I honestly wish it had been that. So, what was happening is, for some reason, once again, Spice's kittens were just going missing. And we couldn't figure out where they were going. Then I caught it. I caught Spice in the act. And I got a hold of my dad. I'm like, hey, Dad, she's grabbed one of her kittens. She's going somewhere. I don't know where she's going. Can you help me follow her? So Dad and I, we followed the cat. We kept at a distance. And then the cat, with this kitten, went into the back acre. Back acre is where the predators generally are at. And this cat took her kittens and put them in a briar patch that was in the back. And that's where we found, because we had like, I think it was 2 kittens had gone missing, both at the same time. And so this third kitten would have been the one that went missing. She was leaving them out there to die. And if I hadn't caught it, all 3 of them would have died. She still had, I think, like 2 more at the time. But if I hadn't caught her taking that one kitten, she probably would have killed them all. But she had taken them to this briar patch and was just leaving them to perish. I don't know what was wrong. And we kind of guessed that this is what Pumpkin was doing. We are pretty sure this is what Pumpkin was doing. And I couldn't believe it. I don't know if that's better or worse than what I was thinking. By any chance, were you thinking that the cat was eating them? Like I said, I wish it had been that. The reason is because that would have gotten caught sooner. Because, like I said, Pumpkin and Spice, they weren't orange cats. They were white. They were both calico. So the white on their muzzles would have been stained red, and they would have been caught a lot sooner. But instead, they were leaving their babies out in the woods to die. And I'm like, what possesses an animal to do that? Yeah. Needless to say, it's been a very long time since that happened. I'm still not okay. Something very wrong with those cats. Yeah. Very, very wrong. And to this day, it still screws with me. It still messes me up. Because in a way, that is something I would expect from a human. I would expect a human to do that. I would not expect an animal to do that, which is kind of telling just as on humanity as a whole. It's like, oh yeah, if a human did it, I'd fully understand. Because, you know, humans vary from being absolutely amazing people to, holy shit, you are the scummiest wannabe demon I have ever met or ever heard of. Usually a mother will only abandon kittens if they're sick or something, not actively take them somewhere unsafe. Both the cats, both Pumpkin and Spice, took their kittens into an area and just let them die. We did not investigate to see if there were corpses of the other kittens because, in all honesty, there probably wouldn't have been. Because, again, that's where the predators are. That's where the hawks hang out. That's where the coyotes go. Because it is a fairly heavily wooded area. And there are briar patches that those critters, other predators, smaller ones, can get into. And there's also snakes. Completely forgot to mention that one. There's snakes. Those snakes can definitely get in the briar patch. Because we've actually had cottonmouths show up near that particular house. But yeah, something was very wrong from the cats. And again, it's both a terrible thing, but at the exact same time, it's an understandable thing of, I expect a human being to do something that terrible. I do not expect an animal to do something like that. It was too human, if that makes sense. It was too human of an action. And I mean, it's one of those, I hate to tie it in with the book, but that's something explored in the book, is just how depraved humans can be. Again, they can be absolutely wonderful beings. They can be absolutely just saints and the goodest of good. But with all things, there's balance. And the goodest of good, there's going to be the evilest of evil. And it's just one of those things. Reminds me of a case of 2 male lions that would actively hunt humans. Yes, so there was actually a reason behind that. From what there was 2, I think there were 2 cases of that. One was, male lion had kind of gone cuckoo and had gotten sick and was just hunting humans because it was easier to kill the humans. And then I think there was another one with the 2 male lions that the humans had done something. And so the male lions would just hunt the humans. It also, there's probably multiple factors to that one though. Between the humans did something, but it probably was a different set of humans. The male lions just went, oh, it's a human, die. Kill on sight. But still. Okay, I gotta bring this here. 'Cause yeah, that needs to go much further up. Much further up. Good grief. Excuse me. Needs to be shortened as well. Does not need to be shortened, just needs to be rotated. But what all do you know about that particular case that you're thinking of, V? Tell me. That's much better. Ooh, that's much better. That is much, much better. One of those took place while the company was trying to build a railroad in Africa, and they purposely went after the workers. Okay. Yeah, that's a different one than what I'm thinking of. But Jiminy Cricket! I wonder if if they were just like, oh, it's easier prey, or if it was something else. Or like what the cause was behind that. It's fascinating. And also, something I learned from, I think it was Gene Wilder, the guy that played Willy Wonka in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Like the original. Pretty sure it's the original. But he said he was fascinated by something, and I think he was doing some kind of interview. Interviewer was really confused. And so Gene Wilder, I was pretty sure it was Gene Wilder, who explained, it's like, being fascinated by something doesn't mean you approve of it. It means that it intrigues you. You don't have to approve of something to be fascinated by it. Like, something you can be fascinated by can also absolutely disgust you, but you're still fascinated by it. An interesting little tidbit and definition of a word. Well, I could probably find a better definition, like an actual definition. I'm gonna go find a actual definition. So here it is. Fascinate. To capture and hold the interest and attention of. That is the definition Gene Wilder was using. It holds the interest. It holds the attention. It doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. Guys they called in to try to help matters figured it was the unhygienic conditions of the camp and the medical tent that they had set up. So they made a whole new camp, much cleaner, better maintained, and left the old one as is because they thought the lions were attracted to the blood from the medical tent. Ah, so the lions were stalking them, is my guess. So it wasn't the blood from the medical tent. It was actively going after the humans. Lions completely ignored the old camp and went straight for the new one. Yeah, they were stalking them. That is freaking terrifying, not gonna lie. That is absolutely terrifying. Oh, that is not enough, not by long. They had a cave full of human bones! That is... It was described like they had taken the bones like trophies. Holy crap. Once again, that just feels so human. It's very human, yeah. That is crazy. Okay, that's a much better spacing. That is just absolutely bonkers. And it is absolutely terrifying at how human it is. Man. I guess in a way that's just something more I can explore. Not necessarily in the next... Well, no, it is kind of in the next book. It's also in the third book. Because the next book... So the first book, as you guys see, is Yusuke Haven's Last Blade. The next one is Yusuke Haven's Last Warlord. Which was the original title for this one, but I'm like, crap, that doesn't fit anymore. Because Yusuke is used more as a tool in the first book, and she becomes a leader in the second one. But the second book is going to focus more on the Hydra head side of everything going on. So there's gonna be a lot of lore in the second one. It will tie in. It will tie things together and kind of explain things from the Hydra head perspective more. And then the combination of setup from the first book, the setup from the second book, will culminate into the tragedy that is the third book. Hopefully I can afford to edit the third book. It's getting scary. Not gonna lie, the third book's getting, in terms of length, it's getting scary. Because I think it's already at, it's almost at 100,000 words, I think. After that, the dude that tried to solve the problem and big-time hunter marksman went to hunt them down. The lion specifically killed the hunter in the dead of night. The other guy didn't know anything had happened until the next morning. Holy shit, they were smart. They were weirdly and terrifyingly smart. Yikes. That's strategic. No two ways about it, that's strategic. Holy crap. Admittedly, that's something a Hydra head would do, but Hydra heads have human-level intelligence. At minimum, human-level intelligence. There's very few that are animalistic. Actually, are any of them animalistic? I think the closest one to animalistic might be the Rydrone. It may very well be the Rydrone. Because Rydrones, their thought processes are they're simplified. They're very simplified and childish in terms of understanding to some degree. Like, they would be smarter than my Uncle Dusty in terms of, like, communication. I guess the other way to describe it is they're slow. Like, mentally slow. That would be the Rydrone, and I think those are the ones that are the most animalistic. All the others are more intelligent than that. They think of their wants first and don't consider the consequences. Yes, that actually came up in, excuse me, Amaretto, I need to make sure I'm not going to run you over as I adjust my chair. Thank you. That actually came up in an RP. Because one of the characters who's been working to redeem himself was being chased by a Rydrone, and the Rydrone's explanation to why he was chasing the character was because the character made a funny noise and it wanted to make it continue, or the Rydrone wanted said character to continue making the funny noise. I feel so sorry for that character. Because the character's like, I didn't do anything! And I think the character had a Hydra head Ray called Pancake. And Pancake is like, hold on. Pancake had been asleep the entire time. And so Pancake popped out of his vest and was going like, huh? What's going on? And essentially had to translate what the Rydrone was saying to explain why. Sounds like a rather childish action that would fit. Yeah. It's woo. It's very much kind of like, funny man make noise. Want more noise. Whoosh. And the thing with the Rydrone, if you probably already guess part of what this thing looks like just from the name. But it is built and has the shape of a rhinoceros. And it's slow-witted. That combination! It's like, oh, it could be something small. No, this thing is a running tank designed to destroy actual tanks. Because what that thing is going, the only thing that's gonna stop it is friction as it slows down, if there's enough room to slow down, or it runs into a wall. Or something heavier than it. Rydrone are designed to just charge and keep charging until something stops them. Or they're told to stop, in which case, it's like trying to stop an 18-wheeler on a dime. It's not gonna happen. They'll slow down eventually, but don't expect them to come to a perfect stop. They're gonna have to have at least 50 feet. And that's not if they're at full charge. I made the Hydra heads terrifying because most of the Hydra head subspecies were created for war. Not because they wanted to, but because the Hydra head leader at the time, each species, realized they had to. So, like, for example, the humans on Haven, they created tanks. Well, we don't have anything that... Hydra heads, we don't have anything that can handle tanks. We are going to make something that can handle tanks. And thus, the Rhydrone was created. And the way new Hydra head species are created is it's not necessarily crossbreeding. Some crossbreeding does occur in order to get kind of like the correct genetic base. But additional manipulation, one of the things the Hydra head leaders can do is essentially genetic modification. They take that base, and they can take DNA from other Hydra heads and build it into whatever they need. It does take several generations, so to speak. It takes several batches, is be the better way to explain it, until the being is stable enough to be born. Keeping in mind, all Hydra heads come from eggs. All of them. Every single one of them. They are born from eggs. So it is while they are in the egg that their code is essentially changed and, well, like I said, modified. And it's like, okay, we modified it this way. Well, it didn't stabilize and the egg is essentially turned to mush. Okay, we made this change and then, okay, that's more stable, still not quite what we're looking for. And it has to go through several batches before it finally is like, okay, we have the thing, it is stable, it will grow. They'll be quite intrigued by them. Because yeah, one of the big things with Hydra heads is their ability to adapt. Now, old species still remain, but new species, or I guess in a way, subspecies, kind of like different breeds of dog. But the body plan is very, very different. I mean, you have things from insects that eat metal to Tyrannosaurus Rex that kill things in the desert. Because it can handle the heat. It's got plenty of room to move out in the desert. Oh. But yeah, they're big things, the Hydra heads, is they adapt. And they do their best to ensure previous subspecies can continue on as well. Like, for example, brooders, which Grunta is a brooder. They are 6 foot tall at the shoulder, on 4 legs. Those fuckers are huge. They weren't always that big, but they needed to be that big after a certain period of time. They are also the ones, yes, at the shoulder on all 4s. Brooders are huge. They are frontline fighters. Allow me to say that again. Brooders are frontline fighters. And they're not stupid. Even though their name is Brooder, off of Brute, they aren't stupid. They're sadistic. So if they do something and it seems, that could have been a smarter move, it is because it would have caused the most harm and suffering at that time. Brooders are very sadistic. Let's see, probably right about here. There we go. Now I can hide this. Then we will bring that here. Oh, yeah. And that's actually something covered in the first book, is, well, brooder sadism. It is, I think, is it chapter 12? I'm so happy I could just lean over and grab this. It feels so nice, but I think it's chapter 12. Wow, that chapter's a lot shorter than I remember. It's so much shorter in print. It is not chapter 12, it is later on. I think that might mean it is. It's not the auger, it's before that. It's probably 14, maybe? No, it means that happens in 13. Yep, happened in 13. By the way, I do have chapter names. I am bringing back chapter names. Yep, it is chapter 13. Is what I'm thinking of. That is... Why did I do this? I know why! Always love chapter names. Same, and it's so much easier to remember where something is via the chapter name. And again, as the person who wrote this book, I did not pay attention to what chapter was named what. So if you're like, oh, it's in name of chapter, but you don't include the number, I'm like, fuck, where's that at? One of the big disadvantages that I will say of being an author is you get so stuck down in the weeds. And in all honesty, it's with all creative endeavors. Whether it's writing a book or building a machine, you get so bogged down into the details that it's just, you no longer see the forest. You no longer see the trees from the forest. All you see is tree. You don't see the big picture, is what I mean. Which probably means I got that saying backwards. Because you don't see the forest through the trees. I think the saying, if I remember correctly, is you don't see the forest through the trees. But yeah, you get so bogged down that there's... You don't realize it's like, oh, man, this is really cool. You as the artist, or you as the creative is like, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, which I 100% have done over and over and over again. Some of y'all have seen me do this over and over and over again. And I absolutely 100% beat myself up because I'm like, oh, it's not perfect. And y'all are like, shut the hell up, this is cool. Hell, my husband many times over is like, hun, I love you. This is amazing. Quit beating yourself up. You did a cool thing. And all I can do is just go, wink. I'm actually gonna bring that down a lot more. All right. Not bad, at least. Tap, 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 tap. Okay, that foot does move up and down. Okay, it's not as much as I thought it did. It just moves a lot more than this one. Weird. That is a little too far. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, that I think is a little too far. Yeah, that one is too far. And same with the other one. That's way too far. I think this one could actually come up a little more. Ooh, this song. Pretty. Let's see. Okay, that's in between. This is the one. This actually needs to be moved up. And I think maybe make it a little bit higher. There we go. That's better. Let's make this one a little bit lower. Alright, can someone give me exclamation mark uptime? My neck is killing me. One hour and a minute to go. Oh, excuse me. Ah, goodness. Lo siento. What's bad is I gotta do this 2 more days in a row. Because tomorrow is gonna be Marvel Rivals. And Saturday is gonna be Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite, I might be a smidge late to starting that. Because I do have writers group, and it's the writers group that I lead on Saturday. Oh yeah, that's right! Since I'm leading it, we get to go to the bakery! The bakery, by the way, is a mix between Korean and French. But it is so freaking good. And I constantly, like, from all of the people that I brought to said bakery, they're like, why not Vietnamese in French? Because Vietnam apparently was a French colony. And I'm like, I don't know. It's tasty. Whatever it is, it's tasty. Korean and French. Let's go. Go. I appreciate that. But it's an amazing bakery. I absolutely love it. And I didn't talk to her last time, but the first time we went there as a writers group, the owner of the place actually sat down in front of me, and I've told this story before, but I need to get my metformin. Husbando, can I bother you? Are you still there? Husbando, can I bother you?
Oh.
Tea and metformin? Thank you, because I just realized I'm an hour behind on that. Whoops. But yeah, the lady, for some reason, I looked like I was the leader of the group. I don't know how that happened, but here we are. Unintentional coup. Whoops. But anyway, she sat down in front of me and was basically like, hey, I'm trying to, you know, connect to the community more. If you would like, you can put up a flyer in the window and basically just kind of do, we draw traffic into one another. People that come into the bakery, which also has absolutely lovely coffee and cold drinks. Oh my gosh. Even funnier is the owner of our group, of the writers group, was there. The reason we went to the bakery is because her normal place was closed down for a special event. So she's like, hey, any suggestions? And I'm like, ooh, pick me. We went to the bakery because I wanted to write there. I wanted to know what it was like to write there. And now that we know what it's like to write there, I moved my meetings to that bakery. It went from the nerd shop, which is High Ground Hobbies and Cafe. It has went from there to the bakery. Already that was a great improvement in food. Main reason I did it at High Ground and Hobbies was just, you know, nerd stuff. But it was messy. It started, I found out once we went to the bakery, that was kind of environment was actually messing with one of the writers, but the writer never let me know. That works. Thank you. Need to move some stuff around because I'm gonna get tea. But yeah, but when we, like I said, when we moved to the bakery, one of my writers told me, it's like, hey, told me basically, she said that she liked this place better because it was better on her. I found out that day that she had sensory issues, but she never let me know. And I didn't notice, there was no indicator that she was having issues. But the bakery was just, the vibes were chiller. There wasn't a lot of noise, even during the like busiest time, which is when we meet up there, is usually like really busy. It goes right into their super busy time. Even then, their busiest time, the noise wasn't that bad. But anyway, for changing back to the first time we went there, the lady was like, just, hey, you can put your flyer up, that way we can kind of, you know, this is how I can reach out to the community, so that we, you know, meld together more. And in the end, I haven't talked to her again since, but that's because we don't have the flyer ready. But I do have a little sign that I have had for, oh jeez. I've had it since we were in the library, like the main library over in Rocket City. That was 9 years ago? Almost 10? Because it was after I graduated college. I went to the writers group with my father-in-law, because he was writing a book at the time. Thank you very much, dear.
Well.
He's like, ooh, let's try and do this thing together. Because I talked about a book and I just hadn't got back into it yet. So I got into the group and oh my gosh, I made the sign shortly after joining, and then I started consistently going. I'm glad I started consistently going. It was a big help. Holy crap, I've been a part of that group for almost 10 years, almost a decade. Holy sugar bits. Jeez. I didn't realize that. Hot dog. That is something else. Right. We're about to get hit with another thing of ads. I'll continue on. But anyway, with now that we're going to the bakery more, not only does that have like that lets the bakery have guaranteed customers every other week. Bi-weekly. At least for mine, it's bi-weekly, since I decided we're moving there. I'm leading this section. We're moving here. But not only does that guarantee bi-weekly customers for the bakery, that also exposes more people to the writers group. And we have had just a bunch of random people walk up, see the sign, walk up to me and go, oh, what's this about? You guys are a writers group? And I do not have my spiel down pat yet because I haven't practiced. I have not practiced in the slightest. Like, we don't have business cards. We don't have any advertisement material outside of a single sign that I drew nearly a decade ago. This poor thing has been through hell. But it's still in, for the most part, one piece. But I gave my fellow writers, 2 of them. One of them knows printmaking, and they run a print shop / delivery thing. And the other one is just a fabulous designer. Absolutely fabulous. I I let those two take this particular task over instead of me trying to do it because I have too much shit on my plate. And both of them already know how much shit I have on my plate. And both of them went, thank you for giving this to us. About fucking time. So I'm letting them handle the advertisement material. I just need, I need to get a spiel down pat for Huntsville Writers Group. Similar to how whenever I have a raid here on Twitch, I do my normal spiel of, hi, I'm Uniraptormon, blah, 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 blah. I need to get a spiel for the Writers Group. We have to finish changing over, because right now I say Writers Group, and we're changing the name from Writers Group to Writers Guild, because that sounds more official. We did check if we had to have, like, if we had to do something specific to be called a guild. Turns out you can just call yourself a guild because y'all want to. We actually, between the people when we were first thinking about the name change, between all of us that were there, we all managed to find this information. A guild does sound more official than a group. Exactly, it sounds more professional as well, because it's Writers Guild. I like it. I like it. And so we're going to be shifting the name to Writers Guild, and which is also going to be the advertisement material. So when the advertisement material is done, it will replace my sign, and said sign will be retired after these 10 years. I'll probably put it in a little frame and just hang it on the wall, just like a memento. And I might, if provided Discord isn't an absolute tosspot, because I made a Discord for the group as well. I may make like a little channel and call it Museum and start putting it there. All right, Panna's off to lay down, have mod of long as I can. Can't mod no more. All right, it's okay. Make sure you take good care of yourself, okay, Goldie? You be safe and be careful. May your sleep be restful and your food be filling. I gotta go for at least another 50 minutes. My neck is getting to me. But it's entirely because I didn't get a lot of sleep, because my cats. All right, so I got about a minute before ads. I'm gonna go ahead and push this, but I'm gonna try and work on this again. Can I put my foot here, cat? Okay, got it. Let them know. Okay. Where am I at? Okay. But by concentrating like this, you guys don't miss as much stuff. There we go. Okay, damn, that felt a lot faster than normal, but I'm not complaining too much. Alrighty. Let's see. We are getting there at least. Alright, so let's hide these two, then do a little play. We're so close. We have one frame before I need to, or before I can start adding the details. I may, debating whether or not to add more in-betweens. Maybe when I see the full, animation, I might put in more in-betweens. Because this is just the beginning of the video. Yeah, I am probably gonna have to add more in-betweens because I don't want it to be really quick. I want it to be like bloop, 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 really slow. So yeah, I'm gonna have to add in more in-betweens because it's gonna slow the animation down. Probably means at least 4 more in-betweens. Yay. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you don't plan ahead. I planned slightly ahead, but I didn't plan on this. You know what? Let's look what I had planned. Hold on. Did I seriously not? I seriously didn't. Try to plan ahead, but then I get distracted and lose track of time. Felt that! Very much felt that. I did not plan the beginning. I only planned the stuff in between. Because this was planned, so this one, if I remember correctly, is this one. This one, hold on, I gotta move some stuff, hold on. This is this. This is, I think, gaming, so this one is this. This one is this, which means this one should be this? You know what? I have the sketchbook where this is actually in it. Where? I need to finish out the sketchbook. Then again, I've got more animations actually planned out in here. That's Cola, that's Ping. I'm not going to do Ping for this one. Ordinary, oh my god, Ordinary Fashion is going to kick my ass. Okay. Okay, that's gaming. So the middle top is gaming. The right top is drink. That middle one is food. Which means the left one is activities. That explains the pencil. Okay. This is why you don't get rid of the original. Alright, speaking of, I need to put this over here, hopefully in such a way where it doesn't topple everything. I did clear up my desk a little bit, but that's mostly because I moved all the merch. Because I wanted to show all the merch. Cat, please, please. I need the foot. I need that foot, okay? No eating my foot. No clawing my foot either. That one hurts. Oop. Speaking of cat, you're okay, Puff. You're okay. I'm just moving it out of your way. I might be able to pick Puff up again. Puff has actually let me pick her up without fighting. Which never happens. But she's let me pick her up, I think, twice since I've been home. Since, I guess, technically both of us have been home because we board our cats whenever we have to do a thing. This is in between left. Okay. It seems so. It does seem like she missed me, which was very nice. I'm so glad she missed me. I was afraid she wouldn't. It was quite relieving that she did. But, bunny hoo. Boop. Let's do... Alright, there we go. Let's see. But it's so... I'm very happy because Puff is my cat. Amaretto takes after my husband, Puff takes after me, which makes the nickname Panicky Puff make even more sense. But she actually let me pick her up, and I was very, very happy. And she cried! Like, whenever I give her attention and just hold her and pet her, she always cries. Usually if I sit down, like, on the floor, she will come to me and beg for pets. And when I hold her, like, she doesn't struggle or try to get away when I hold her. If that were the case, I'd be much more worried about the tears. But she will just, it's like she's so happy she's crying to get this kind of attention. Which slightly makes me worry. But at the same time, she's very, very finicky about, well, just about that in general, though. It always needs to be on her terms. So, like, if I go to seek her out, she will walk away or run away. She has to seek me out before she gets pets. That is what I have learned with this cat. With this adorably fluffy cat. So Amaretto has finally decided to fluff off. I'm gonna need to lower that. Or raise this. I think I'll raise this instead. Okay. Yeah, I'll raise this instead. Try to avoid that particular tangent. Bye! Oh, my neck. Come on. There we go. I will say all the yapping I did earlier definitely helped with the, with how long the stream has actually been. I'm happy to report. So technically, not even technically, truthfully, I've only been animating for 4 hours, and I yapped the other 4. Like, not necessarily non-stop, but practically. I've been keeping hydrated, right? Sodas don't count. When was the last hydrate redeem? I do have tea that has medicine in it. Unfortunately, the tea's too hot to drink right now. I'm about to get a long line of Raptor, Uno, and Goose. I have a sinking suspicion. Just a sinking suspicion that that's gonna be the case. the very least, the pop helps keep your throat from drying out from talking, but once the tea is cool enough, drink it. I will! It's got my medicine in it. I've learned since I started taking what's called a Nistol. It only like fully dissolves in hot water. And with this particular drink, I have to dissolve it into a liquid and then proceed to consume. So at the very least, it makes me drink more tea, which is nice because this tea is delicious. The tea I actually have in, oh my gosh, I've used this tea bag 3 times. How is there still more in it? But this tea that I'm drinking is Mojito. It has become, I believe it has become my favorite at this point. Absolutely 100%. Where's the sticker? The sticker I showed earlier of the chibi tea, the waifu tea. This one. This is that tea. It is really, really good. No alcohol, just FYI, and kind of a no shit. But it is really good. It is very, very good. And once again, I need to get a hold of the chibi tea person. Now that the convention is done, she should be available. Oh. Fingers crossed. 'Cause yeah, she said to talk after the show, and I want to make sure I give her plenty of time to just kind of decompress before I'm like, yo, let's talk business, because I offered to advertise for her on my channel. And like, do I expect to get like a certain % off code? Absolutely not. Am I gonna advertise for this tea anyway? You better fucking believe I am. I love their tea. Ow! My neck is crunchy! Crap, hold on. I should probably go to bed before midnight tonight. I have decided that I need to do this very particular event. I'm running out of water. I'm not out yet. I'm getting there. Alright. Okay. I need to move my sticky notes around real quick. Hold on. Okay. So this will be my poses for the beginning. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark those done on my list here. The 4 items one at a time, author moves. Okay, and the various author things. All on color changing background. That's gonna be the difficult part. Well, that's gonna be the next difficult part. Also a reminder that the next animation will post at the end of the month, so 2 days from now. And then also just another reminder, exclamation mark Kickstarter. Please, if and you don't mind, hit the save button, the notify me ribbon thing. I think it's a bookmark. Because again, that will help my optics. And hopefully... Obviously, it's gonna help y'all, because boom, you can save it. And it should send you an email. But it'll help me in the end of optics. Or algorithm, to be more exact. So, yeet! Is that... I drank the water and I was supposed to take the metformin with it. Hold on. Is this cold enough? Fuck no. It's one of those, if I can feel the heat, that means it's probably not cold enough. My hands are screwed up because of, when I worked at McDonald's, every now and again they would throw me in the back to work on like cleaning trays. And the water was scalding hot, and I had to put my hands underneath there because we rarely ever had gloves. So the nerves were burnt. So the nerves in my fingers are a tad bit dead. They've gotten better over time. They technically healed a little bit, but still. Ugh. Metformin tastes frickin' awful. Ugh. Rebus. Alright, that should be the last arm. That needs to be rounded. Alright, that should... I think it's because of that right there that that looks off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put in a lot more frames. Crap. Unless it's unless I'm able to time it in such a way where the top, probably the top left of the character, so the arm closest to us, or closest to the viewer, unless I put, basically unless that particular arm hits the top of each beat, meaning I'm gonna have to give up on it being slow. Which is fine, I've adapted before when it comes to animation. Because I have deadlines. I'll think of something. But at the very least, next thing is decoration. No. Crap. The next 2 days are gonna be very rough. I'm calling it now. The next 2 days are gonna be fairly rough. Crapola. I got 30 minutes, so... So, were there any stories that I mentioned earlier that I haven't told yet? Clearly I cannot remember. Alright, so that's frame 1. I can move both of these since the body should be done. I drew those on the body, didn't I? Yes. Alright, so let's... Actually, I'm not going to clean up the body. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do is... We're going to do... Close, outline. We'll do close, then hair, then the rest of it. So... What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna open up another window. So we go, and this is Photoshop, just as a reminder. Go to top line, go to window, go to arrange, and then at the bottom of that window there'll be a new window for the file. window, arrange, and that will allow me to do this. Basically what I want to do is have my reference here available. And then that way I can kind of get down into the weeds here. And this is just the same file. And the clothing will actually help with the 3D effects. Oh yeah, tomorrow I may use a VTuber. It depends on how I am tomorrow morning. Just because I can feel the pain become more and more in my neck. Oh boy. Yeah. But basically, one of the good things about the VTuber model is I only have one light with the VTuber model, and that's because it needs to be able, the camera needs to be able to see my face. With my normal face cam setup, I have two, just realize how bright they are, lights, blaring into my eyes. Normally is not a problem, but for some reason today, I think it's because the power outage reset both of these. So they're super duper bright. I think that's what happened. But I'll deal with that later. I think this might actually be too thick of an arm. That's one of the good things about adding the clothes to the character, at least for me, is it also helps me check some of the proportions and whether or not they make sense. That actually needs to come up here. I will say that, and that's probably another good thing about the, with VTubers, if you're light sensitive, you can get away with whatever you need to illuminate your face enough for your camera. That's all you really need. You don't have to have as many lights as I've got. But that does come with an additional cost of you can rarely ever do anything IRL. You have to do everything within the virtual space. So there's pros and cons. Which is another reason why I didn't do VTuber today, is because I wanted to show you guys all the merch, and then what? Okay, yeah, this is way too far out. That has thrown off a lot of stuff. Yeah, that arm part is way too far out. Yeah, that makes it look like a hunchback. I'm going to thicken Just a smidge. No! Come back. Great. Even my animated version of me wants to boogie. Oi. So I don't have to worry about that side. I do have to worry about this side, though. There's a little bit of a thing here. There it is. Like, why is this shape not making sense? There's the shirt. Alright, need to do this up here. How long is this stream today? 8 hours. I got about 20 minutes left. And then tomorrow is another 8-hour stream, and then Saturday is also an 8-hour stream. Let's see. This is actually a good marker here. I did a good with this one. Want to raid Marshmallow tonight? Is Marshmallow going? I'd say otherwise I'll probably attempt to raid active. Dream drop distance. Okay. I may flip a coin. I haven't rated active in a while. He's actually playing Halo Infinite, which makes me think he's losing his mind and ranked again. So every now and again, it's enjoyable to watch him absolutely lose his shit. Also because I want to know if he's still using the I have a big head with little arms cursed animation that I made for him. Technically, I think it was one of his mods commissioned me to make that. And I managed to make it, nearly damaged both of my wrists. Like, I had to wear braces for a while after making that animation. This part right here probably won't show, but just in case. It might. It may very well do that this time. But we'll see. Or you know what? Better yet, whew. I got 17 minutes. I'm not counting or anything. Derp, blurp, merp, frick. You know what? Let's let chat decide. Active or Marshmallow? Someone, one of my mods, if you could, make a poll. Who to raid? Active, which has an extra E at the end, or Marshmallow? There we go. So the games are Halo Infinite or Dream Drop Distance. And I shall abide by the poll. Speaking of, I probably should vote in it too. Alright, where... I actually need to make those feet smaller. Oh, figure. So this will probably end up being mostly the pants line, and then I'm going to have to make the feet smaller. Because I'm not wearing... My little animated self does not wear shoes. Which, quite frankly, the only time I wear shoes is if I have to go outside. I think I'll mostly stick to this. For my lines on this. What?
Marshmallow.
Okay, well, tiebreaker. The husbando says marshmallow. So we're rating marshmallow. There we go. And then having to deal with the cake. Which I need to rewatch the Alice in Wonderland, the Disney animated one. I really do need to rewatch it so that I can sketch sketch the character so I can do the cosplay. Especially since I now have the knowledge to potentially fix my Brother sewing machine, which Brother is the name of the brand. I should actually be able to do cosplay. Because originally I would have to have hand sewn everything, and I'm like, I can't do that again. Not again. No way, Jose. You could not pay me enough to do that again. Wait, was Hat in Time almost 8 hours? The Hat in Time OST is nearly 8 hours. The Hat in Time OST is nearly 8 hours. Because we're now on to Aladdin. Specifically for the Super Nintendo, we're now on to the Aladdin OST. Well then. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, I'll bring that up. Hold on. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll bring that up. I've beaten the Super Nintendo Aladdin either twice or 3 times, I can't remember, but I know I've beaten it at least twice. Like, gotten all the way to the end. Ooh, I missed that. Alright, so I think what I'll do is I'll do close outline for every single one of these. It looks so weird. Alright, so before I do close outline, I need to make this permanent. Now, once again, I think that's too far out, but I will fix that later. So let's merge that down, and then merge that down. Then we'll have clothesline dash 1I2. Amaretto, I swear! You poor baby! How do I keep hitting you in the face? I lifted my toe! It got you right in the schnoz! You poor baby! You poor pretty baby! I'm so sorry. Can I pet your head? Oh, there. Can I put my foot here? Okay, no, I cannot put my foot here. Am I have to stay here? I just lifted my toe and bonked her right in the face. Poor cat. She's just in the most inconvenient places tonight. Like, my word. Oh, goodness. Alright, so I think that's gonna be here, maybe? Ooh, Cave of Wonders theme. I spent a lot of time on that particular level. My word. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. I need to remove that ratio line. I'll do that after I finish this. Down all the way at the bottom. There you are. There we go. Alright, so we will be reading a marshmallow, provided marshmallow is still going by the time I get done here. Yeah, that's definitely too far out. Actually, we'll put that there.
Well, that is unfortunate.
What happened?
Nothing bad. It's just I built a little Lego ball.
Uh-huh. Oh, stuff inside came loose?
Yeah. I basically, as I was putting the final face, it popped another Lego out.
Oof. Well done. That sucks.
Yeah.
But hey, it's cool that you got a build. Amaretto, please don't hit me. I'm sorry, I didn't know your ball was there. Ah. I love my cats, but they really stress me out some days. Oh, bless. Oh, well, I guess it's a good thing we didn't go with active, because he just turned off for the night, apparently. There we go. Okay, yeah, I was doing it correctly. Did not do that one correctly. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend like me. Yes, sir. Oh, wait. That's a much later? We pride ourselves on service. Okay, yeah, I was a lyric too early. Say what you wish, it's yours. Screw this, how about a little more baklava? Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude. You ain't never had a friend like me. Wah, wah, oh my. Wah, wah, oh no. Wah, wah, my. Not even gonna try. Your friends do this. Your friends do that. Your friends pull this out the little hack, and your friends go, whoo! Look at here, and your friends go abracadabra, let her rap, and then make the sucker disappear. I can't keep up. I can't keep up anymore. Echo. What you wish, I really want to know. You got a list that's 3 miles long without, all you gotta do is rub like so. Oh, I wish or 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me. Oh, that is off cue. Daggum. That is off. Well, that's off key, not off cue. I blame starting on that one. That was off key horrendously. I blame my throat muscles and my ears. I thought I had that. Nope. You never had a friend like me. You never had a friend like me. Pride ourselves on service. You're the boss, the king, the shot. Say what you wish it. Dadgummit. I've come of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude. You ain't never had a friend like me. Oh my. I used to be able to keep up with this song. Goodness. Your friend do this. Oh, pull this out the little hat. Your friends go. Hey, look at here. Haha. Your friends go abracadabra. Let her rip. Make the sucker disappear. Don't you sit there slack jaw boogie. I'm here to answer all your midday prayers. You got a G-Day. Dadgummit. How on earth to help you out? So what you wish? I really want to know. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt, but all you gotta do is rub like so. Mr. Aladdin said, have a wish for 2 or 3. I'm on the job, Bob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, you never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me. That was better. Followed by the little neon sign. Well, good news, Amaretto has not clawed into my foot. Bad news, that is now a possibility. Oh, speak of the devil. I was just talking about Timmy the T-Rex. So yeah, if you want to check out the cursed animation I was talking about, there's the link to it, direct to it. Alright, we've finally hit the 8-hour mark. Alright. Well, we're getting somewhere at least. I was gonna ask if anyone had suggestions on who we... Yes, Amaretto, I'm very fully aware. I need to move my foot. You cannot have it as a pillow at this moment. Bless the little kitty cat heart. I am not there, Thanos. Excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and click out all of this. But let us go ahead and raid the marshmallow. Should be on my list. There's the marshmallow. Alrighty. So. My neck. So, with all that said, y'all, thank y'all for hanging out with me today. For however long you did, I greatly appreciate it. It's been a long one today. It's gonna be a long one tomorrow too. But with all that, hey there, Grim. But with all that said, y'all, please be safe, be careful, make good decisions, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time again. for another 8-hour stream. This time playing Marvel Rivals, and I should be joined at least by 2 other people, maybe more. We'll see. But all that said, good night, everybody. And thank you all for your support. I greatly appreciate it. Now let's go raid the marshmallow.